golden curtains. In and now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. From the shadows, light emerges, breaking through the veils of dark. 0 points and gravity converge, yeah. Guiding voices, revelation start. Ancient whispers call. They're begging us to open our eyes. We stand tall, defying all their lies. Even in now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise. Forbidden knowledge we dare to see, unveiling secrets, setting us free. In this epic, we play our part with fierce hearts. In and now, we're shattering the silence. Feel the power. Revelations on the rise.
It's that's and fall you want.
You got the skills, you've got the drive, but your boss won't help you thrive. You work so hard, you give your best, but they're keeping all the rest. You don't have to stand alone, together we're stronger, set the tone. Fair pay, fair rules, a safe place too. It all begins with me and you. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. When you stand as one, you've got the power. You can make big change in just an hour. It's not just talk, it's taking a stand for better pay and a helping hand. It's not about fighting, it's about what's fair, sharing the value of what's made there. If the boss says no, don't be afraid. Together we've got the tools to trade. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. No more later, no more wait. We change the rules, create our fate. It's not just you, it's all of us. In solidarity we build the trust. Organize, unionize, it's your right, don't compromise. Not treated fair, don't stand despair. Raise your voice, it's time to care. Together we rise, we win the prize, because a union means we're unified. As a union means we're unified. The unified, the unified. Your voice matters.
in the crowd and still they cast away. Alienated from the aims of added mentor in disguise. Ideas ahead of time dismissed with narrow eyes. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Talking love 0 point, the points lost on them. Capital structures crumbling from the same old stem. They laugh like I'm crazy, but I see it all so clear. Exploited labor, unheard, injustice burning ears. Fighting for a change in this wasteland of noise. But they call me foolish, wanting shed boys. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world you can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice? Chasing revolutions in the darkest nights. A dreamer with vision beneath the laughter and noise. A future so bright waiting for the right choice. Benefactor boy, dreaming about the world he can't deploy. Changing the system, but treated like a toy. Ideas misunderstood, but brilliance is his boy. Benefactor boy, can't you hear his voice?
What's going on, everybody? Give me 1 second. My camera is on the fritz. There we go. What's going on, guys? I'm the benefactor, an independent researcher looking into all forms of forbidden knowledge. Tonight, I'm going to start the pregame show off with a quick, fun lecture. Well, it might not be too quick. It might be an hour or so. But specifically, I'm going to continue the stream that we had the other night. And by request from our new moderator, yes, let's welcome our new moderator, Network Metatron. Network Metatron requested that I go over the Mises versus Marx rap battle, and I have for you an entire lecture breakdown of the arguments from my perspective of this capitalism versus socialism argument. So, with everything said and done, this is the invisible hand versus the collective plan. Yes, and something I do like to stress is that my economic analysis is a type of forbidden knowledge, and it did lead me to the realization that not only does our economic system suppress its own definition and obfuscate its own definition, it also suppresses world-changing technology that could change the macroeconomic status quo in the petrodollar system as well. So as you'll see, this is really the missing piece of the puzzle here when analyzing what the heck went wrong with our science for the last 100 years. All right, for this lesson plan, the breakdown from a capitalist argument, we're going to be teaching to a layman audience to critically analyze the capitalist argument from a Marxist perspective. And specifically, we're going to be addressing the misconceptions while being sensitive to ideological triggers. Specifically, I know there are trigger words for some people, and once you say them, they kind of just zone out and don't listen to anything you have to say, because we've gone through so much Cold War propaganda on these topics that you throw these words out at some people and it just triggers them into a rage, and they don't really listen to what you have to say about it. And this is by design. You know, this is a form of CIA psychops. You know, you have to control the people, or they will revolt against their oppressors, as we've seen throughout history. All right, so this is the March of History, Mises versus Marx. The definition, Capitalism versus Socialism Rap Battle by Ayer Library. This is on AIER Library if you would like to see more content like this.
Capitalism's days are numbered. You see? It's a revolution. Capitalism's days are numbered.
Then there goes our freedom. If socialism wins, America loses.
We have nothing to lose but our chains.
And our civilization.
Come on.
Learn some history. Private property and free markets built modern-day society.
Yeah, and modern society is the problem.
2 for March of History. Thank you.
Enjoy the show, boys.
Look at this theater. Look at all of this plenty. This is capitalism.
So capitalism's diabetes?
Shh.
Your whole world is coming apart. I pity you.
America is once again at ideological war. After decades of post-war consensus, the great debate between capitalism and socialism has captured the public square.
Hey, Ulysses.
And no two men have more fervently fought this battle than socialist philosopher Karl Marx and classical liberal economist Ludwig von Mises. Marx versus Mises. Mises versus Marx. The March of History continues.
Workers of the world, assemble. It's time for the ruling classes to tremble. I'm the people's hero, the MVP, M-A-R-X. Yeah, you know me. Let's go back to when men were free. We hunted and gathered communally, but get ready, cause here comes the twist. A villain appears called a capitalist. He puts the proletariat, that's us, in chains, exploits our labor in pockets of gains. Through slick ads he tricks lads and ladies in kind, selling fake needs he poisons our hearts and minds. He rots our soul through alienation, pursuing limitless accumulation. He works us into an early grave. Through debt steals back the money we save. Greed is the gospel, profit. The rich get richer through graft and fraud. The poor get poorer, but you don't care. Doesn't that sound laissez unfair? 200 years I've been singing this song. Now my chorus is 99% strong. The revolution's here, it's time to repent. Your moment is over, your capital spent.
This is history's lesson. You think he's right? I'm guessing. All we want is progression. We've had bourgeois oppression. So we look for the truth as we tighten our boots. Who's right, who's wrong? Left, right, left, now the march is on.
This is the most important debate of our lifetime.
Nice to meet ya. My name's Ludwig. Call me teacher, the master of markets, the Austrian boss. You don't like profits? Well, let's talk loss. The problem with your plan is nobody wins except Stalin, Pol Pot, Ho Chi Minh, Lenin, Mugabe. Remember Berlin? They built a wall to keep their people in. Your theories have a rotten foundation, built on control, not cooperation. Centralized power completely corrupts. Real people suffer, violence erupts. Your system depends on the very same people you decry as greedy, bourgeois, and evil. If we're not fit to run our own lives, why would you expect our votes to be wise? If you really want to help people rise up, unleash the free market, let their lives up. and serve the whole land. Each individual has their own voice. The heart of my theory is freedom and choice.
This is history's lesson. The market's a blessing. Let's pursue our expression. Living free from aggression. So we look for the truth. With the freedom to choose. Who's right, who's wrong? Left, right, left, now the march is on.
Free marketeers love to play this game. Mao kills billions, Marx gets blamed. It's deceptive, dishonest, plain unfair. Did I drive the tanks at Tiananmen Square? Man, I'm a humanist. You can check my receipts, but you gotta break eggs if you wanna eat. Don't like violence? Admit defeat. Then I'll call this revolution complete. Till then, let's get a few things straight. I'm not shaping the future, I'm embracing our fate. My utopian forebears weren't that specific, but this analysis is highly scientific. Every social system has governing laws.
Just want to say real quick and interrupt here that Marx wasn't a socialist. He wasn't a communist. He simply analyzed capitalism with a scientific lens. And from his analysis, his very scientific analysis of capitalism, we had different people who interpreted it in different ways that we call socialism. Okay? So that is the misconception of Marx. He wasn't interested in predicting the future. He wasn't interested in telling you what was the right way to go about transitioning from capitalism. He was simply analyzing the internal contradictions of economic systems.
Capitalism? Doomed because the system generated its own fatal flaws by uniting workers in a common cause. Thanks to you, we have all the wealth we need to seize control and eradicate greed. The people are rejecting your bourgeois lies. Real Marxism has never been tried. Equality is the core of my creed. From this one's ability to that one's need. Our healthcare, finance, and industry. Let's collectivize and set ourselves free.
Your standard refrain, oh, that's not the real thing. The most common verse all your followers sing. The closer we get to your ideal system, further we go down the road to surfer. The empirical record can't be denied. Your ideas don't work, but they just won't die. Attention! This is not breaking news. Jevons and Menger lit that fuse. Now here comes the bomb via von Bevert. He blew up your system, exposed the core work. The heart of your theory is exploitation of surplus value. That's a bogus equation. You can't explain value by measuring the cost of labor. That theory of value is lost favor. Value is subjective by every measure. One man's trash is another man's treasure. There's no exploitation.
We'll go over that misconception in a minute.
Exchange, man, that's not deranged. That bourgeois transaction you diss with a scarf creates benefit for both, so we're both better off. Here's the real problem, the crucial equation. Without private markets, there's no calculation to coordinate courses, allocate resources, incentivize choices, because it lacks prices. What crop should I grow? Where should this factory go? Should I pick a JO? How would your planners ever know? Your theory is a bundle of confusion. Socialism got crushed by the marginal revolution.
This is history's lesson. All we want is progression. Let's pursue our expression. Living free from aggression. So we look for the truth. As we tighten our boots. Who's right, who's wrong? Left, right, left, now the march is on.
All better off? Are you kidding me, Mises? My immiseration thesis tears you to pieces. Your economy grows, but not our wages. You call that progress? I think it's outrageous.
In 1820, everyone was poor until capitalism kicked down the door. Real wage growth, not stagnation, saved 80% of the world from starvation.
You kicked down the door, but you locked us out. That's what your free market is all about. Here's what you do. On your next shopping spree, pick up this book by my boy Tommy P.
The pie can get bigger, it's not zero-sum. Free markets have lifted the lowest incomes. If you really want to help out the poorest nations, encourage peace, trade, and immigration.
The earth is boiling, and your solution is more production, more pollution, more cheap trinkets and bigger malls, more fossil fuels, more aerosol.
Wait, what?
For a problem this big, we need total control. A Green New Deal to save the North Pole. We can't gamble the future on anarchy. Greed's not a plan, it's insanity. Your story's...
Let me just say right here that we do have an economic system that is based on exponential growth. And more, now that real wages have been stagnant every generation for the last 50 or so years, you see malls that are empty. Why? Because people can't buy the goods and services that are being produced. This is an internal contradiction. You've successfully increased the difference as a capitalist between labor input and wage to the point where the workers can no longer afford the goods and services they themselves are producing. And yet you want to build more malls. Come on.
It's bombastic, your rhetoric's strong. There's only one problem, your theory's wrong. The wealthiest countries do the most to conserve. Haven't you heard of the Kuznets curve? Only wealthy societies can afford to go green. If you want a better world, see the unseen.
So you raise an important concern. Alex says, I like capitalism, but I disagree with anything that allows monopolies. Now, if you follow my analysis, though, and the analysis laid out by Karl Marx, you will see that capitalism inevitably leads to monopolies. It is baked into the system. You can't prevent it. It's not about cronyism. It's about the organization of labor. So we'll get into that in a little bit as well.
Even carbon will bend to creative destruction with entrepreneurship in the means of production.
This is history's lesson. The market's a blessing. All we want is progression. Living free from aggression. So we look for the truth. With the freedom to choose. Who's right, who's wrong? Left, right, left, now the march is on.
I've said it before, and I'll say it again. The long march of history will come to an end. Hegel was close, but to a priori. Once we break down my dialectical story, proletariat, bourgeoisie, them versus us, you versus me, slave, master, lord and serf, new class battles, same old turf. We have what we need to throw the chains off us, organize the economy like the post office. The state takes over, but that's not the whole plan. Watch it wither away and leave socialist man. Our goal is true fairness, outcomes that are equal. Capitalism over. Here's a socialist sequel. Revolution's coming. Prepare for the fight. Workers of the world, unite.
Nothing is determined. You're so fatalistic. A grand theory of history? Be realistic. Your failed predictions? A distraction. Here's some questions that guide human action. Where are we going? What's the right course? What will motivate us? Incentives or force? Here's what you miss from commanding heights. Each person's gifts and individual rights. Across every continent, culture, and creed, people have flourished only when free to find passion, profit, charity, and love through the shake of a hand, not a boot from above. Socialism's record isn't hard to parse. First it was tragedy, now it's a farce. Let's unite people from every nation in peace, exchange, and cooperation.
All right, guys, that was the debate laid out in full. We're going to go over it from my perspective, and I'm going to dismantle a lot of the misconceptions that were actually displayed in some of the mainstream talking points regarding capitalism versus socialism. And it's, again, it's something that's forbidden here in America, and a lot of Americans don't like to talk about socialism. They just like to pretend that capitalism is the best thing since sliced bread, and it's undebatable. But, you know, anybody with a logical mind and a little sense of curiosity and wonder will obviously ask the deeper questions about these two forms of ideas. So I'm going to get a little personal in this lecture, so I hope you guys don't mind, but I have an anecdote that I'd like to go over in a little bit, but let's jump into the lecture. All right. So, the argument. Capitalism built modern society. Now, you hear this all the time, and it's true. A lot of innovation in technology was due to capitalism. You know, and I always say that capitalism served its purpose for our society, but now it's outlived its usefulness. Because as we'll see in this lecture, all economic systems have patterns. They are born, they evolve based on the dialectical tensions within them and their internal contradictions. and then they eventually die and succumb to those internal contradictions. Now, modern society's advancements come from collective labor, from my perspective, and class struggles, not solely private property and free markets. And this is a misconception about the definition of capitalism in general. Technological progress and social improvements are often driven by public funding, space exploration, and healthcare. And this is true. A lot, the majority, like 90% of our healthcare advancements in the pharmaceutical industry and otherwise are publicly funded through our taxes. We pay for them, and then they go around and price gouge us and basically shove them up our butts. So capitalism commodifies basic needs and exacerbates inequality. Through historical materialism, which is using the dialectical analysis on history, progress results from class struggle and the interplay between productive forces and relations, not just markets alone. Okay, so it's not just one variable there. And if for those who are not up to date on the dialectical analysis, it's very simple. It is simply analyzing the back and forth interactions between two opposing forces and then observing the created changes over time. It's that simple, and it's a scientific lens that Marx himself used to analyze economic systems throughout history and then compare and contrast them. All right. Collective advancement such as public health and infrastructure arise despite capitalism, often through state intervention or collective action. Let us start with a thought experiment. Imagine a Star Trek type utopia. What would one even look like? Well, Gene Roddenberry's vision of the utopian society in Star Trek was, at least in part, inspired by ideas that align with aspects of socialist and communist visions of moving beyond capitalism. Here's a breakdown of the connections in context. All right, so post-scarcity economy. Remember, Star Trek it exists in a post-scarcity economy. What does that mean? That means the inventions, with the invention of the replicators in the show, this eliminates the need for traditional economic exchange based on scarcity. You can just print whatever you want, literally. This aligns with the Marxist idea of abundance, enabling a classless society. No currency. In the Federation, money is obsolete, and people's needs are met without financial transaction. Captain Picard even famously says, "The acquisition of wealth is no longer the driving force in our lives." Okay, so this is a key aspect of what we call a communist society, not to be confused with a communist state, which is not defining the economic system of, USSR. It is simply describing a state that is in control by a communist economy. But it has little to do with the communist principles laid out by Marx and Lenin. So what is a communist society? It's a society without any money, no currency. There's no need for it. There's no need for a governing state, and there's no need for there's no class system. So everything is a utopia where everything exists in harmony. All right? And this is possible. It is a theoretical goal. It's possible. I don't think it's possible in our lifetimes, but I believe it is possible. Universal equality and opportunity. In Star Trek, it depicts a society where education, healthcare, and opportunities are universally accessible. This reflects socialist ideas of equality and redistribution. Remember, our key fighting policy here on this channel is Medicare for all, which is what a lot of socialists have been arguing for decades in this country. Every other modern industrialized nation has universal health care provided by their government. Doesn't matter if it's publicly funded or privately funded or a mix of the two. They have universal health care for all their citizens, except for us. I'd like you to think about that. That's pretty telling because we're the richest country that has ever existed on Earth. At least in modern times. Collective cooperation. The Federation thrives on collaboration and mutual aid rather than competition for profit, which echoes socialist principles. That's not to say that competition isn't there and doesn't play a role, but it is not the driving force for the creation of wealth, and that's important. Work driven by passion. Characters often pursue professions out of a desire for self-improvement or services to others, similar to the Marxist idea of alienation being removed in a post-capitalist society. Remember, most people in this country who graduate do not get a job even in the field in which they graduated in and they have a diploma in. That is going the opposite direction, in my opinion. In a lot of ways, we're going in the opposite direction, but that's not surprising, right? If you pay attention to what Carl said, that's not surprising at all. So what are class struggles? And I know a lot of people might be asking, what do you mean by class struggles? So class struggles refer to the tensions between two contending socio-economic groups within an economy. Within any economy, there are different categories of people. We categorize social classes just like anything else in science. Remember, Marxism is a social science, the science of social change. When we categorize these groups, they often fall into two major categories: the majority who do all the work in the economy, and the minority who do very little work but own everything. Looking at past examples of previous economies, slavery had the master and slave. Feudalism had the lord and serf. Capitalism has the employer and the employee. The dichotomy of these two groups can be analyzed using what Marx called the dialectical analysis, which is simply analyzing the back and forth interaction between two opposing forces and then observing the created changes over time. The working class struggles for better working conditions and wages, while the capitalist class struggles to oppose such changes because they affect their profits. It's that simple. The capitalist struggles to maximize the difference between labor input and wage. You work more and more, but for less and less. The worker learns very early on that his job is to do very little work to do as very little work as possible for that same wage to prevent grotesque levels of exploitation. I mean, how many of you know somebody who's taken a smoke break, and gone out and smoked some cannabis because they can't handle the job that they're doing? They're not getting paid enough for it. They're doing too much work for too little pay. It's too stressful. They say, F it, I'm going to go out and smoke a J. Come on, man. This is serious. I mean, when you have that, in the service industry and people are not only doing that, but other substances that might be harder, you have a recipe for disaster. Okay? And this is what Marx called an internal contradiction. It always leads to an economic system's eventual collapse. It happened with slavery. It happened with feudalism. And it's happening again. History repeats itself, ladies and gentlemen, if we do not learn from it. So listen up and learn, please. All right. So with that, we're going to go into our first video. CEOs begin to panic. Why are they beginning to panic? Gee, I wonder.
CEOs are panicking after seeing the public's response to the shooting of United Healthcare CEO Brian Johnson.
To those who think that
the mission of this company is truly to make sure that we help the system improve by helping the experience for individuals get better and better.
No way.
There was nobody who did more to try and advance that mission than Brian Thompson.
Absolutely not.
And there are very few people in the history of the US healthcare industry who had a bigger positive effect on American healthcare than Brian. Our role is a critical role.
Let me just say that that is a total BS lie. 68,000 people died under that CEO's care. And I don't care what you say, those people continued to die under his CEO leadership. He didn't do a damn thing to change the 1 1/3 denial of coverage. That is grotesque. F you.
And we make sure that care is safe, appropriate, and it's delivered when people need it. and we guard against the pressures that exist for unsafe care or for unnecessary care to be delivered in a way which makes the whole system too complex and ultimately unsustainable.
No.
So we're going to continue to make that case. We will continue to do the work we do.
How many people and medical professionals have blown the whistle in the ways that United Healthcare deliberately withholds and restricts care for profit? This came fresh off the back of a showdown with Elizabeth Warren that showed just how ruthless and profit-obsessed the company is.
Mr. Whitty, in 2023, United Health raked in a whopping $22 billion in profits, making you the most profitable healthcare company in the country. In fact, by revenue, United Health is the 11th largest company in the entire world. Now, Mr. Whitty, United Health Group owns the country's largest insurer, the country's largest claims processor, the country's third largest pharmacy benefit manager, a huge pharmacy chain. It is the largest employer of physicians nationwide, or controller, with at least 90,000 physicians, as you just testified. That's about 1 out of every 10 doctors in the country. Is that correct about your size?
So just to thank you, Senator. As far as the physicians are concerned, we employ just under 10,000,
well,
and the
as
rest
I said,
are
I think
affiliated.
you have control over about 90,000.
I would say not control. They choose to work with us.
Okay. Great.
Our employees
because United
choose
Health
to work
has
with us.
brought up
That's his excuse.
Bought up every link in the healthcare chain. You are now in a position to jack up prices, squeeze competitors, hide revenues, and pressure doctors to put profits ahead of patients. United Health is a monopoly on steroids. The opportunities for price gouging are everywhere. For example, United Health is the biggest participant in Medicare Advantage, the government program that pays private insurers to administer Medicare benefits. With this web of subsidiaries, United Health is well positioned to rake in more taxpayer money by using a practice called upcoding to make enrollees look sicker. That is, noticing that a patient has a cane and adding a diagnosis of vascular disease to the medical chart, even if there's no clinical basis for the diagnosis and no treatment planned. Mr. Whitty, according to a 2019 investigation by the HHS Inspector General, United Health was far and away the most aggressive abuser of upcoding practices. Do you know how much, according to the Inspector General, United Health cheated taxpayers out of in 2017?
Senator, thank you for the question. I'm not familiar with that particular piece of work.
The number is $3.7 billion, and that's in just a single year. And
mic drop.
That's from only 2 upcoding practices. You know, that was 5 years ago. Now, as we speak, is United Health under investigation from the DOJ for, among other things, your billing practices?
Senator, thank you for your question. We have a long-standing practice of not commenting on matters such as that or things like mergers and acquisitions.
Well, I understand why you might not want to comment on it. Public reporting from the Wall Street Journal confirms that it is, although your company has not disclosed this investigation. In fact, yesterday I sent the SEC a letter raising concerns about over $100 million in stock sales that United Health executives made in the days and weeks before the investigation was revealed by the press. And I'd like to make that part of the hearing record if I can, Mr. Chairman.
Objection, sword.
Okay, so United Health is huge, and it boosts its multi-billion-dollar profits with, among other things, illegal billing tactics. And that takes me to the data breach. After the largest cyber attack on the healthcare industry in American history, quote, put hundreds of thousands of healthcare providers at risk of collapse, United Health is now using the crisis to expand its monopoly even further. For example, in Oregon, United Health tried to purchase a local physician practice, but faced enormous public opposition. After the data breach that we're talking about today, these doctors couldn't get reimbursed for their services, which pushes them to the financial breach. So what did United Health do? They filed an emergency petition with regulators to allow them to acquire the doctor's practice on an expedited basis. Mr. Whitty, will this acquisition make United Health even bigger?
Senator, thank you for your question. I'd just like to also put on the record that we, as an organization...
I had a very simple question. Will it make United Health, this giant, this 11th largest company in the entire world, even bigger?
As new organizations join us, the organization, I hope, becomes better as new physicians, for example, join.
The question is not better. We've already talked about your business practices. The question is bigger. Will it make United Health bigger?
You don't want to answer it because it makes them look bad.
We become larger, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Exactly.
So, United Health is using its own data breach to snap up doctors' practices that have been driven to the edge of bankruptcy by that same data breach. It's no wonder that United Health told its shareholders that this data breach would have, quote, no material impact on the company's finances. United Health will stop at nothing to grow bigger, bigger, and bigger as we speak. United Health is trying to pick the bones of Stewart Health Care in my home state of Massachusetts, which was ruined by private equity and corporate greed. It is time for regulators to say no to these efforts to get bigger and to suck even more health dollars away from patients and providers who need it.
Exactly, and we'll get into that sucking of the system because that's what they are. They're a bunch of suckers. They just suck up all the wealth and don't add, the insurance companies don't add any value to your service, by the way, and we'll get into that in a little bit. But right now, I'm going to get a little personal with you guys and give you guys a little personal anecdote that plays into this upcoding Senator Warren was referring to, because I have been personally affected by this. And I don't like to talk about it, but this is important for you to understand that this actually happens, okay? Upcharging or upcoding is exactly what Lincoln Behavioral did to me as a child. I had a severe anxiety disorder that suddenly turned into bipolar disorder and depressive manic disorder, all sorts of different things. Before I knew it, I was on 5 different medications, including dangerous antipsychotics like Seroquel and lithium carbonate, where I was falling asleep at work. This is very dangerous. All this while my anxiety continued to decline as my mental health deteriorated. At the height of this living hell, I was agoraphobic, meaning I was not able to leave my apartment for more than a few minutes at a time without having some kind of panic attack. It wasn't until I decided to take a holistic and natural approach to my anxiety that I personally saw a noticeable improvement. And this isn't any advice for any of you. This is just what personally happened to me. If you were to ask those doctors what my potential was back then, they would tell you I had very little ability to do anything for myself. Does that really seem like the type of person I am to you now? The truth is that those medications they had me on were a prison for my mind. They literally drove me insane for years, gaslighting me into taking those nasty things so the doctors could upcharge Medicaid. The truth of my imprisonment is finally revealed, and you can now see why I have an axe to grind with the healthcare industry. Those doctors intentionally put me on dangerous medications so they could make more money for the insurers. Do you ever wonder why doctors sometimes have samples ready in their office? The answer is very simple: legalized bribery. If I wanted to sell more pills as a pharmaceutical industry, I could incentivize the doctor who buys my pills to push them for more than my generic competitors by offering to pay that doctor's next vacation. This tit for tat shows us the boobs of our medical industrial complex and the immature profit-driven games they play with our lives. I don't condone violence, but I have absolutely no sympathy for the man who actively kills 68,000 Americans every year just so he can buy another yacht. Even Jesus had rage against the wealthy. He just used it strategically. Now it's time for a Bible lesson, because I think people often forget this or aren't taught it at all, okay? Jesus is my homeboy. I love Jesus, and his stories are remarkable. But that being said, he is often depicted as being compassionate and gentle. But he also demonstrated strategic righteous anger, particularly against the wealthy and powerful, when their actions oppressed others or violated moral or spiritual principles. A key example here is the cleansing of the temple, where Jesus drove out the money changers and merchants who were exploiting worshipers. This act described in the Gospels, John 2:13 through 16, Matthew 21:12 through 13, was not an impulsive outburst, but a calculated protest against corruption and greed in a sacred place. His actions highlighted the exploitation of the poor and the commercialization of faith, which directly opposed his teaching on justice, humility, and caring for the marginalized. Jesus' anger wasn't about wealth itself, but about how it was used to harm others or distort true worship. His approach teaches that anger, when aligned with principles of justice and love, can be a powerful tool for confronting systemic wrongs and advocating for change. In other words, Jesus was woke and he was based AF. All right, so let's move on to the second argument of the rap battle, which is capitalism is freedom. I hear this all the time too. The heart of my theory is capitalism is freedom and choice, okay? From my perspective, capitalism restricts freedom for the majority by forcing workers to sell their labor to survive. Sure, we are free to choose which king we want to be exploited by, true. But is that really considered a free choice? If all your options are controlled, do you really have freedom of choice? Or is that just the disguise of it? Freedom under capitalism often means that freedom of capitalists to exploit. Now, if you're not aware, if you don't own any capital or anything that is used to make the means of production, you're not a capitalist, you're just a worker. So unless you have capital, you're not a capitalist, you're a worker. Okay? True freedom includes economic security, in my opinion. This is why we need an economic bill of rights. This is what was on FDR's agenda. Okay? And never got to it. Which capitalism fails to provide for many. Wealth concentration limits meaningful choices for most people while amplifying the freedom of a few. All right? You're not freedom to, you don't have freedom to choose whatever job you want if you're too poor to afford a car. That's just how it works. I'm sorry that, it's as simple as that, and some people live in their bubbles where they've never had to face that situation. And it's unfortunate. And that's what I like to call an empathy gap. This is why when I do deliveries, I see very few tips from rich neighborhoods compared to poor neighborhoods who often tip a lot more because they have the empathy for the driver, right? The server who's struggling, whereas the rich person, and again, most people don't realize this. Most Americans don't realize this. Nowadays, we're fed the American dream that if you work hard, you will earn enough money to succeed. That's not true anymore. Not for most people. It's very rare that happens anymore. Most wealth in this country is inherited, okay? Meaning that generations are born into this wealth and they have this empathy gap where they don't really understand the world that we're living in because they don't feel the struggles that we're in. So when prices go up, they don't really feel it. But when prices go up, sometimes I can't buy food. That's how it works, okay? Conflating Marxism with authoritarian regimes, okay? Socialism leads to tyranny. I hear this a lot too. Okay, well, what we're doing here when saying that is we're conflating Marxism, which is the scientific analysis of capitalism's flaws. We're conflating that analysis with authoritarian regimes, which is a historical misrepresentation. Real Marxism focuses on collective ownership of the means of production and democratic control, okay? Capitalist systems also rely on violence. Let's not forget that. Colonialism, suppression of labor movements. If you have a strike because there's unsafe working conditions in your factory, do you really think the police are there to beat down on the CEO? No, they're going to crack your skull as the worker. They're there to protect the capital, and they have a monopoly on violence, ladies and gentlemen. So historically, though, authoritarian regimes often use the popularity of socialism to advance their totalitarian goals of obtaining state power. and then quickly discard those same socialist principles when they obtain that power. It's a con, right? As we've seen in Nazi Germany, right? They called themselves socialists. They weren't socialists. Consider this damning quote if you think Nazis were socialists. First, they came for the communists, and I did not speak out because I was not a communist. Then they came for the socialists, and I did not speak out because I was not a socialist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I did not speak out because I was not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak out because I was not a Jew. Finally, they came for me, and there was no one left to speak out for me. Pastor Martin Niemöller, the German Lutheran priest who spent 1938 through 1945 in a Nazi concentration camp. They came after the communist and socialist and unionist first. Okay? They used the popularity of socialist principles to obtain power, like we've seen in the USSR, okay? And that wasn't... and I don't think the USSR started out by design like that. I think that they just obtained too much power, the state obtained too much power, that it eliminated the original goal of giving the workers the ownership, the means of production, right? But that was the USSR. That's a different story. And that's what I'm saying here. Every country has its different story. But historically, if you look into this, the authoritarian regimes that claim to be socialist or are communist states, which means they are a state controlled by a communist party, that the authoritarianism has nothing to do with Marxism, okay? Nothing to do with it. It's often conflated and used as a straw man to make Marxism easier to attack, because Marxism is the most dangerous thing to capitalism, and every system ensures the conditions of its own existence by snuffing out opposition, okay? It's that simple. In reality, the Nazis' ideology didn't have anything to do with collective ownership of the means of production, workers' rights, or anything in between. It was a guise to obtain power from a popular movement. Americans don't realize how popular socialism actually is in the rest of the modern world because we live in a bubble. If we truly had freedom of choice, we would have what every other modern country has: socialist parties, communist parties, green parties, and a mix in between. For a country that loves variety and choice, you really limit our selection politically. But again, that was by design. Remember, after the New Deal gave birth to the strong American middle class, the rich didn't want to ever have to suffer those taxes ever again. So they bought and paid for our political system and exiled many of my fellow socialist and communist friends. One of the compromises of the New Deal that not a lot of people are aware of is that you had to register, or anybody who was registered with the Communist Party was not allowed to join a union. This is very important. They didn't want communists specifically to succeed in unions because they knew how powerful their message was, okay? That was a huge movement back then, okay? And we had the leader of the Socialist Party, Victor Eugene Debs, actually spoke to FDR personally. And FDR spoke to Eugene to ask him, what can I do to win over the people? And the people were struggling from the Great Depression. And he said, give the people what they need and take it from the rich who have taken so much. Okay? They have so much. They're sitting on all this wealth. They don't need all that wealth when so many are suffering right now. Okay, that was what happened. And those parties were exiled. Socialists and communists were arrested, alienated, exiled from the country due to their radical views that were so extremely popular but dangerous. Okay? Popular but dangerous to those in charge. And that's what part of the CIA psyops did a lot in the era of McCarthyism, okay? When all these parties got exiled and excommunicated, whatever, they specifically had a propaganda campaign. The CIA, and I'm pretty sure it was, I'm assuming it was the CIA, because they like to do that. They like to go into countries that have strong socialist movements that are about to win politically or win over the state, and they like to corrupt them with installing dictators, We've seen this time and time again, okay? That's not an accident. They don't want the opposition to capitalism. Why? Because capitalism is why they succeeded. You might argue that capitalism, it's just cronyism, and capitalism's good. We could just get rid of the cronyism, the corruption, buddy, the corruption and the briberies. We can get rid of that. No. Why did those people succeed in the first place? Don't you think it was how that wealth was distributed, right? Where it was an authoritarian hierarchy that distributed that wealth instead of a democratic system that distributed that wealth in the first place. And now we're left debating how to redistribute that wealth to suffering people. No, I'd argue we need to distribute it correctly in the first place by reorganizing labor within a company. Okay? Nothing to do with markets, nothing to do with private property. It's the organization of labor. All right, so these counterpoints, democratic socialism offers models of collective governance without authoritarianism. Nordic countries, Norway, Sweden, Finland, they're all democratic socialists, okay? Or they're considered democratic socialism. You go to those countries, if you ask them, what kind of economy you have? We have a socialist economy. That's what they'll tell you. I know many people in these countries, and they love these social safety nets that are provided. Sure, are there some downfalls? But with any system, there are going to be some downfalls. But in the long run, they have a relatively higher standard of living than Americans. They don't have to pay for healthcare. They don't have to pay for education. Healthcare and education debt does not exist in those places. It is dystopian. If you go there and run a campaign on dismantling their healthcare system, the universal healthcare system, you would be committing political suicide. Capitalism centralizes power within corporations. Remember, creating unaccountability for authority. All right, so this argument that capitalism has lifted billions out of poverty. Free markets save billions in India, China, Japan, okay? And we've already gone over how capitalism obfuscates its own definition. It's not, I mean, if you look at my definition of capitalism versus the textbook definition, I would argue that my definition fits more accurately with the context of understanding capitalism compared to previous economic systems. Okay, capitalism is not a system of free markets and private property. That's not what differentiates capitalism from previous economic systems. When you define something, you have to define what is different about it. Okay, free markets are free. Well, free is subjective. So let's just go with market. Markets existed in societies previously throughout history. Okay, most of history, and we've had private property and most of that history as well. Okay. We had a slavery economy, okay? And what did they do? They bought and sold slaves. That's a market, okay? They owned slaves. That's private property, okay? That is not unique to capitalism. So what's unique to capitalism? How do you define capitalism? Easy. Capitalism is the way labor is organized with a small group of people at the top or a single individual who control the means of production and get to decide what to produce, how to produce, where to produce, and what to do with all the profits that everybody generates. It's a small group or a single individual at the top who control everything against a mass of people who work but do not get to have any control over that work environment. Meaning you do not have any democracy in the workplace. This is by definition the antithetical to democracy. If you love democracy, believe in democracy, you should hate the workplace because it is not democratic. You go to work, you do what you're frickin' told. You have no democracy there, okay? Unless you are in a worker cooperative, which is what I advocate for strongly. It is a different way of organizing labor. So this is how you define capitalism. That and it's also combined with the private ownership of tradable public shares of stock of a company. So those are the two defining unique characteristics of capitalism, in my opinion, and in a lot of other people's professional opinion as well. But if you go to the mainstream, and this forbidden knowledge is not going to come up. Okay, it's just not. They're not even going to touch on it at all. Value is subjective. Okay, this is a good one because this is one that is a good question, right? Even me, as somebody who knows a lot about this subject, I could ask myself this question, like, yeah, what value is subjective isn't value subjective? You know, like one person's trash is another person's treasure, right? Not exactly. Value is not entirely subjective when it concerns Marx's analysis of capitalism, okay? And what I mean by that is there are different types of value. There's not just one type of value, okay? And in his equation, his labor theory of value, value originates from labor, which creates all material goods. While subjective value plays a role in markets, it cannot explain the systemic exploitation inherent in production, meaning the value put in versus the wage you get out. Use value, okay? So this is what I mean by different types of value. Marx defined different types of value, not just one. Then there's something called use value. This is intrinsic value of a product. Example, a loaf of bread objectively sustains life. If I buy a loaf of bread and eat it, it's going to do what it's meant to do, sustain life, right? It's going to fulfill my hunger, regardless of my subjective opinion on taste or whatever. That is its objective use value, which can be calculated. It is objective after all, right? Makes sense. Now we have something called exchange value, which is a little bit more complicated. The price of a product commands in a market, okay? This is subjective valuation, and it obscures the material basis of a value. A loaf of bread may be priced low, but if its use value is objective and life, sustaining. So this is what I mean by different types of value, and use value is objective. So this argument can be flushed down the toilet. In my opinion, it doesn't have a leg to stand on, like, a legless chair, whatever funny joke you want to input here. Okay. And specifically, we'll go over the counterpoints here, which is workers are paid less than the value of what they produce. Okay. This is the exploitation we're talking about. The difference in surplus value enriches capitalists, and this is how they succeed. They funnel wealth to themselves, basically, because if you have a worker cooperative, do you really think that they're going to vote to give a disproportionate amount of extremely high proportional wealth to one person while the other workers have to rely on food stamps to survive? It would never happen, ladies and gentlemen. In a democratic workplace, workers aren't going to vote to outsource their own jobs to China. They're not going to vote to put themselves in the street. They're not going to vote to be stupid capitalists. Okay? End of story. Now we jump into my labor theory of value explanation. Because I'm talking too much and I need a quick break.
Before we begin to break down and analyze the political oligarchy within the United States, I must first go over the basics of Marx's labor theory of value and how it relates to exploitation. This exploitation is understood by examining the different kinds of value, such as the surplus value every worker generates with their labor input. Cracking the economic code with the labor theory of value. The labor theory of value, proposed by Karl Marx, suggests that the value of a commodity is determined by the socially necessary labor time required to produce it. According to this theory, the more labor that goes into producing a commodity, the more value it holds. To fully understand this theory, it's important to distinguish between two key concepts: embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor refers to the past labor that is congealed or embedded in a commodity. It represents the cumulative labor that has gone into the production process, including the raw materials, tools, and machinery used, as well as the labor required to create and maintain them. Think of the hammer needed for the laborer to make that chair. This concept acknowledges that commodities are not solely the product of immediate or living labor, but also encompass the labor that is stored and preserved.
So let me make a point here, because Nathan said don't complain unless I give to the poor. Okay, I do give to the poor, but if I give $5 out of my poverty, it is worth a lot more, in my opinion, than $5 coming from a rich person. Okay? So I don't want to hear that argument, because that's not an argument to me.
In them. Kind of like how potential energy can be stored in a system. Just as potential energy is the stored energy that can be converted into kinetic energy to perform work. Embodied labor represents the cumulative labor that has been invested in the various components of a commodity. This labor is transformed into value during the production process when living labor interacts with the inputs of production. In this sense, labor cannot be created nor destroyed. Like particle physics, labor also follows the principles of conservation of energy. Like energy, labor can only be transformed from one form to another, from embodied labor to the value it represents. On the other hand, living labor refers to the labor that is currently performed by workers in the production process. It is the direct exertion of human effort and skill in transforming raw materials and utilizing the means of production to create new commodities. Living labor is the active force that adds new value to the inputs and brings the embodied labor to life. It is through this labor that the final product is shaped and brought to market. Think of yourself, the human employee, as the living labor that utilizes the hammer to make the chair. The labor theory of value highlights the dialectical relationship between embodied labor and living labor. Embodied labor represents the past accumulation of labor, while living labor represents the present labor input that generates value. These two forms of labor can be seen as potential and kinetic energy. Only when potential energy is transformed into kinetic energy will you get any useful work. From an engineering perspective, the value of a commodity is determined by the combination of these two forms of labor. The socially necessary labor time required to produce a commodity takes into account both the embodied labor already invested in the materials and means of production, as well as the living labor added during the current production process. As you can see, this represents a more scientific approach than the utility theory of value, which is a mainstream theory that suggests value is placed subjectively on personal utility.
Libertarian
After all, just
Utility
try
theory.
measuring how much pleasure or utility ice cream gives you. The answer to that is subjective, compared to asking the question, how much labor was used to make that ice cream? An objective approach at examining the underlying variables, which ultimately leads to a better understanding of prices. When using science to analyze complex systems, you must look at objective variables that can be quantified, not subjective ones left up to personal interpretation.
Exactly. So when you're analyzing social systems, you want to stick to the objective variables, not subjective ones, because objective ones can be quantified. Okay, this is a scientific analysis. I keep emphasizing that because it needs to be emphasized because it's not really taught in schools, contrary to what the mainstream media might have you believe. All right. So with that said, real quick, I will go over why the labor theory of value points out the intrinsic flaw in utility theory. And that is with the diamond water paradox. Okay. And this is a simple thought experiment, ladies and gentlemen. Why is utility theory inferior to describing our system? Okay. Think about it this way. The water diamond paradox. When considering how much utility is given to the consumer with water versus diamonds, you would think that water would be the most valuable item on the planet due to its being necessary to sustain life. But it's not. Diamonds are way more valuable and they have way more value, right? Why is that? They're not really useful for sustaining life. They have very little use compared to water. It's the amount of labor that went into obtaining those materials, okay? How much labor was used to obtain that water versus how much labor was used to obtain that diamond, okay? And think about it this way again. A painting, okay? You could think about a painting. Why is a painting so expensive compared to water? Because of the amount of labor that went into making it. It's that simple. That simple. Okay, I can't make it any more simpler than that. All right, now, socialism lacks incentive and coordination. This is another argument. Without private markets, there's no calculation or coordination. People are just running amok and it's anarchy. Well, from my perspective, socialism proposes alternative coordination mechanisms such as democratic planning and participatory economics. Now, if we look at the Cybersyn program in Chile, they actually avoided economic catastrophe, because when the CIA implemented their little operation to try to dismantle their economy and disrupt it by implementing fake strikes that blocked important trade routes, the CyberSyn, it was an artificial intelligence that was used to help plan the economy, was successfully able to take 2 trucks and do the job of a whole fleet. Okay? And it was able to deliver the goods and services to all the important hubs of Chile, bypassing the attempted coup of the CIA. Okay? This is the success of socialism. Okay? Don't tell me that socialism never succeeded at anything. Okay? We can learn from this. This is very important data that many people overlook. Capitalist markets, in contrast, capitalist markets often misallocate resources, prioritizing profit over human need. Okay, in a socialist economy, you would have people stockpiling, goods and services in a case of an emergency, like the situation we had recently, where everybody was getting sick. I can't say the C word, but companies did not stockpile that stuff because it wasn't profitable for them to. Okay, it wasn't profitable they weren't focused on providing a service over profit. They were focused on profit over providing the service. Okay, that's the difference here. And it's not like some authoritarian fantasy. No, it's simply allocating resources more equitably. That's it. And there are different types of socialism, different ways that we can do that. We can do that with the government. We can do that by ourselves using worker cooperatives. There's lots of different ways. And to conflate and put all socialists in one group and say that all socialists are bad and socialism has never worked, that's just childish. And it speaks to a larger ignorance to the topic at hand, because socialism itself is an umbrella term which encompasses a wide variety of different, even contending ideologies and movements and theories. All right, socialists has always argued since the start what true socialism should be. There wasn't any one answer, except that we all decided it was best to move beyond capitalism. That was the one thing we all decided on. Yeah, we could do better than capitalism, we think. That's what, and then we all kind of argued, how are we going to do that? Different types of socialism. So lumping us all in one group is kind of childish, in my opinion, and it kind of denotes a larger ignorance to the whole topic. Planned economies have succeeded in areas like healthcare and education, as we've seen with other modern industrialized nations like Germany and France, and basically all other modern industrialized nations who offer universal healthcare. Markets fail to address collective needs like sustainability and equity, often creating crises capitalism cannot resolve. All right, so with this, we have some teaching strategies for you guys, relatable examples. We can use everyday scenarios such as housing affordability and healthcare to ground abstract concepts. So these are abstract concepts to some people, I know. But if we ground them in something that affects you, like housing affordability or healthcare, I think that allows us to teach these topics in a better way. Okay? So, we're going to get into the benefits of having a universal coverage for all citizens and how insurance companies just funnel money out the system and act as, kind of like a middleman that they don't really do anything but, extract wealth. That being said, we can connect some of those struggles that most people are facing right now with these arguments, this analysis set forth over 100 years ago, ladies and gentlemen. This analysis is nothing new. And by the way, Marx's analysis on capital, Das Kapital, and a lot of other books he wrote, his body of work spread faster than Christianity, if you look at the numbers. In the 150 years since his death, we have Marxist facilities, Marxist divisions in every single country on the planet. Now, it took Christianity how many thousands of years to do that, right? I mean, it was fast considering, but that just tells you how much people relate to this topic, okay? And if you're not relating to the topic and you're a worker, it's just because you're not listening. You have to get past the trigger words. You have to get past the propaganda, the Cold War propaganda, and that's part of the CIA psyops. You know, you can't let that shit control you. You have to wake up, unless you want to take the blue pill and continue to pretend that nothing's wrong. You know, you continue to take the blue pill. I know it's more comfortable to take the blue pill. You know, it puts your mind at ease for sure, but it's not going to help you in the long run, in my opinion. Nor is it going to help anybody else in this situation. So just think about that for a minute. You want to take the red pill and wake up, or you want to take the blue pill and, you know, dip out? So the argument also points out that oh, I lost my place there. So the analysis also points out that capitalism hierarchies always lead to monopolies. Okay, and this is why, because the organization of labor. When you organize labor with a small group in charge, or a single individual who's incentivized on profit only and exponential growth, obviously they're going to try to consume all their competition. We've seen this with Amazon. You know, they were wealthy enough as a company to lower the prices of diapers, to undercut and take a profit loss until they outbeat their competitor, the most popular diaper supplier online at the time. I forget the company's name, but they basically ran them out of business. And that wasn't a small mom and pop. That was a pretty big business that they basically monopolized and consumed. So this idea that competition is a good thing, I mean, it can be if it's used correctly, but capitalism, in my opinion, exploits everything, including competition. And this is one way why. That's one of the reasons why. And it makes sense why people believe that you know, we fed all this propaganda that it's the best thing since sliced bread, and you know, it leads to success. Maybe one day, maybe at one point in the past, it led to success for the majority of people. You know, we had rising wages for 150 years in this country. Yeah, so people were seeing that their material conditions were increasing. Yeah, so they would make the connection. Yeah, capitalism is great because I'm making more money, my generation's more well off than the last. Well, that you can't say that no more. Not for 50 years, dude. Like, for 50 years, the real wages have been stagnant, and we've substituted the difference for overtime and debt, while other countries have luxuries that we can even imagine, like paid time off. Imagine that, getting paid time off, right? You know, us Americans, we have to work 2-3 jobs, buckle down, pull yourself up by the bootstraps, grind. You can't nickel and dime your way to success. It's a con, okay? I describe it as a frog boiling in a pot of heating water. Each generation has less money to spend on the goods and services than the last generation. As prices go up and real wages stay stagnant, each generation after the next has it worse off. That's why there's this disconnect between older generations. I've seen it with my parents. I've seen it with everybody, almost everybody, okay? Almost everybody I've talked to in older generations, they have this disconnect because they saw different rising material conditions when they were growing up and when they were coming up into their success or wealth or whatever, right? But you can't say that anymore. 60% of the country is living paycheck to paycheck, okay? 60% of the country doesn't have $400 for an unexpected expense. They go bankrupt. This is a damning statistic, and it denotes a larger trend of capitalism collapsing in on itself. It simply cannot cover its own bets anymore, ladies and gentlemen. We built a house of cards out of our economy, and we patched it here, we've glued it here, but we cannot. It's about to be set on fire, literally on fire. And we're going to have a tariff war on top of that, which is taxes on imports. Come on. You're going to raise inflation past the point where people are going to be intolerant and start rioting on the streets, okay? And I'm not calling for violence. I'm just making predictions based on the past. You know what happened during the French Revolution when the aristocrats took too much? Okay? People got poor. No more, what do you call it, middle class. It was just poor people and rich people. You know what happened? They rioted in the streets and they beheaded all the aristocrats and took back what was theirs. Again, I'm not saying we should do this. I'm saying it's a red flag, and if we don't heed history's warning, it will repeat itself. And we've seen this with Luigi Mangione. Come on, wake up, ladies and gentlemen. Open your effing eyes. All right. So, to summarize key flaws in the capitalist argument: overemphasis on individualism at the expense of the collective well-being. So they like to argue that, oh, well, I have the freedom to succeed in a capitalist country. Well, of course you do, at the expense of the collective well-being. Yeah, and I've just demonstrated that with simple logic. Misrepresentation of socialism through historical distortions. Okay, we've talked about that through the misrepresentation of Marxism as authoritarianism, the conflation of the two, which have nothing to do with each other. Okay, Marxism is simply the scientific analysis of capitalism's internal contradictions. It is a forbidden science. That's why I get yelled at all the time for talking about it. I get people who shy away or even get uncomfortable when I mention the word. You know, ooh. I mean, give me a break. Come on, grow up. Understand, or ignoring the exploitative foundations of capitalism, particularly in labor relations, okay? Understand that the deeper mechanisms of capitalism and its alternatives is essential for informed discussion and meaningful critique. I don't mind having a meaningful discussion on capitalism versus socialism on my platform. That's what I want to do. I'm open to it. I love, like, a lot of my friends are capitalists. I don't have a problem with the players. I have a problem with the game. Yes, there are instances where I lack empathy for people, obviously, because these people have done extreme detriment to our society. But that doesn't mean that I wish them ill will. That doesn't mean that I want to incite any violence. That just means that I want to help people by waking them up to the red flags that are right in front of their face. You know, this CEO assassination is a giant red flag. And the fact that we have his GoFundMe funded above the brim in 4 days, like $200,000 for his lawyer fees, that means we have huge public support for this figure. That is a red flag. Something is going wrong, very wrong. And people aren't going to stand for the traditional Band-Aid fix here, patch there, jerry-rig over there. They're not going to stand for it anymore. You need real, radical, systemic change. You can do that in a lot of ways. Take that as you will. Okay? Now, I'm going to open the floor for questions and encourage you guys to have a dialogue. And again, if you're capitalist, please present your arguments if you'd like to have a debate or have any questions for me. Or if you are have a different ideology and have a different take, please, I'd like to hear your input. I'm going to take a quick break while you guys gather your thoughts and I open the floor up for questions, and I'll come back and I will address those questions. And then we are going to go into our mini lab, and I'm going to do, for the first time ever, a new experiment with my ABHA coil. So I'm not going to give any spoilers away just what that is yet. But it's something I've never done before, not even off camera. I'm going to do it for the first time, and it should be very, very interesting. So all that and more coming up. And, of course, at 9 we have, I believe, the League of Extraordinary Inventors, if it's going on at 9. If not, we'll just continue what we're doing here with the Coil. So with that, I'm going to go a quick break, open the floor up to questions, and when I come back, I will open it up for answering those questions.
In a lab with dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs, unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars, with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing, our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark, job studies and like igniting the spark. Every calculation, every moment's so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family warmth she finds strength to find. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, a star in the night. With every step she's paving the way. In the dance of science she'll always stay. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. With
shattered halls, I wandered all alone, casting whispers, blinding chains, demons of my own. Toxic deafening, now spread on my frail soul. I once feared my mirror, haunted by my role. But in the echoes of my cries, just still I emerge, guiding me to where my true results are. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, all these paths are forever defend. Shattered glass beneath my feet, scars I wear but dry. Stormy nights just turn to dawn, I wear truth as my guide. Anxiety's dissolved in the sun's golden ray. I see my destiny through time and space. The fears that once consumed me now they take, for in my heart a new world is proclaimed. Now I rise from the shadows with wings of fire I ascend, free from the chains of sorrow, but these paths are forever depend. The chains of sorrow of this path that forever depend. In the depths of his oppression, it's the rise of a true nation.
Where the fireflies glow, there's a man named Michael with a vision to show. Really told to go, he's got the spark, dreaming of a future that'll light up the dark. But on the other side, Bill Nye's on the rise, with his laptop charts, he's got down all the lies. And it just fits, it's all in the map. You can't pull from the ether, you're just chasing a path. But oh, Michael's rising like a morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Now stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. Feel the energy flow, let's change the world. In the heart of a life, pretends you was thick. Skeptics gathered round the table ready to pick. Chose your fruit, and let the taste clear. And I find the stream, you're just chasing a spin. The Michael style ride, with fire in his eyes. Watch as I spin, let the naysayers cry. You're spinning fast in a heart full of fight. I'll show you the power that's hidden inside. Oh, Michael's rising like the morning sun. With the power of either, he will be outdone. Well, stand up and shout, let the truth be affirmed. energy flow. Let's change the world. The best there's ever been.
In a lab, Mike does cracks the code tonight. Oh yeah, that's true. Wires and circuits to shine in neon lights. Oh yes, he knew. Creating power from the air. He smiles in delight. Oh yeah. Mike does it right. Hey. Mike does all Mike, he's the one teaching us knowledge. Lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Down in the basement, secrets start to glow. Oh yeah. With Nathan and Lulu in the show, oh brilliant team. Mike came on Faraday, we're letting knowledge. That's all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans. Years of thought, bringing dreams to life, turning theories into electric light. Mike and us, a journey to ignite. Oh yeah. We've reached new heights. Hey. Mike does all Mike is the one teaching us knowledge, lighting the sun, trumpeting his legacy alive is his. Mike does knows we're his biggest fans.
Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little foundation. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone needs just a little salvation. moments in cosmic flight. Holding on to stars of starlight. There's a light within the dark waves, guided by echoes of ancient ways. Unify our reflection. With every beat there's a connection. Feel the pulse, divine sensation. Everyone, fuse the goodness around invitation.
All right, so we have a few questions and comments I'd like to address. We had some amazing comments, honestly. Chris Hayes, I appreciate your input. I know we're not agreeing on everything, but I believe that if you listen to me long enough, you will agree on some things. And I'm pretty optimistic about that. So he mentioned that the middle class also owns the means of production. And this is also true. But with this economic analysis, we have to also remember that under capitalism, wealth continually concentrates into fewer and fewer hands. Marx described monopoly capitalism as a part of late-stage capitalism. Now, as wealth gets concentrated in a fewer hands, you have companies buying other companies and concentrating their own power, right? So that, in essence, subsumes and consumes the middle class and leads to the dismantlement of the middle class, as we're seeing now. And that kind of explains some of what's going on. We had another good comment about anarcho-syndicalism. Let's see if I can find it here. Alex says, Ben, do you think anarcho-syndicalism, sorry, I have a problem with that word, describes your desire for organized labor, or distributed and everything group chooses their version of decision making? So anarcho-syndicalism describes, in my opinion, and from what I understand, describes a strong unionized movement to actually kind of seize the control of the power of the state, or to ignite some kind of revolutionary systemic change. So I do think unions are going to be important if we are going to move beyond capitalism, for sure. But I don't think they themselves are going to be the answer, because they operate under a capitalist-dominant system. What we have to do is encourage more worker cooperatives, which operate democratically. In this, we can actually distribute wealth fairly in the first place, rather than having to resort to redistributing it as we see now. So I think a strong worker cooperative movement is going to be necessary on that front as well. And we did have a comment by Nathan that I wanted to address. He said that in his argument against socialism, do I give homeless people and poor people money? This is actually a red herring fallacy, and it's something that I'm going to have a class on, logical fallacies and critical thinking skills, because I do want to teach you guys how to think more critically and avoid these logical fallacies that you hear regurgitated on the news and on, right-wing and even centrist left CNN type outlets. So what this red herring fallacy does, though, it distracts from the broader debate about socialism versus capitalism by focusing on my personal behavior rather than addressing the principle of the economic system. Personal actions don't disprove or validate systemic arguments because socialism is about collective societal structure, not individual charity. And again, it is my opinion that the need for charity is an indication of a governmental failure. Okay? So the need for charity in the first place is a failure of the government. To actually just help Nathan out a little bit, a better argument in this instance, a stronger argument that doesn't include a logical fallacy and that kind of holds up logically, if you want to come from that perspective, is you might want to put it like this: how would socialism encourage people to work hard or innovate if everyone gets the same benefits? Okay, so this is actually a really good question. And it avoids logical fallacies, and it actually engages in critical thinking. And I can explain my answer to this very simply. A worker cooperative would actually not have benefits for everybody the same. You would vote democratically on benefits, and you do have these now. They are very successful, and they're way more efficient by the statistics than traditional capitalist organized businesses are. Just because the workers get to vote on the decision-making of the company, and they share responsibility, they self-manage, and it's completely possible. It shows us that management is actually an unproductive role in companies. For the most part, they don't actually add any value. They don't create value. They manage the system of hierarchy that's put in place. And what we see with worker cooperatives is you can cut trim that fat a little bit and have people self-manage and share the responsibility, and it's completely good. It's not like there's a myth that you have to be this elitist to be a CEO. No, CEOs are often retarded. I'm sorry, they are. They're often stupid people who just got lucky and exploited a lot of workers, like we see with Jeff Bezos. He didn't get $1 billion by working the machines himself. No, he had a whole fleet of people helping him raise that wealth and generate that wealth. But he got a disproportionately large amount while other people had to suffer because there was an authoritarian hierarchy of organizing the business compared to a worker cooperative. Now, with the worker cooperative, would the workers all vote to give a disproportionate amount of money to one individual, the CEO, while the others have to rely on food stamps or borrow money to send their kids to college? No, it would never happen. There's no argument you can make to me that would actually be logical in that sense that would happen, because it wouldn't. Okay, that's how you avoid having to redistribute wealth, where you can distribute it fairly in the first place. And I'm not saying that we should force capitalist businesses to change into worker cooperatives. That's not what I'm saying. I would like to see a healthy mix of the two, because it's my opinion that when you see a healthy mix of the two, you can actually compare and contrast and say, hey, this is better and this is worse, and we can tweak this and we can actually make this better in this way. It is actually something that you can do to analyze the situation a little bit better, rather than saying, oh, we just need one or the other, or this isn't going to work at all. Because we've seen that worker cooperatives are way more efficient. If you're personally invested in the business, you're going to not leave that light on. Whereas if the boss, just cut your bonus before the holiday season, you're not going to be inclined to turn that light off at the end of the day. You're not going to go back, walk all the way up those steps to turn the light off. Oh, I forgot to turn the light off, guys. No, you're going to say, F that. Screw that. It's not my responsibility. It's common sense. So these are the basics. And if you follow along with my analysis, I will wake you up. I will show you the way. I will give you the red pill. And you will have a better understanding of what's actually happening with our society right now and why we see the societal problems that we do. And it explains almost everything. So with that, we're going to also transition to the mini lab and start a new test that I've never run before. Gentrification sucks when you're not on the fun side of it. I mean, the fact is that capitalism sees we have millions and millions of empty houses and apartments because it's more profitable for foreigners to keep that property in empty. And we have thousands of homeless people on the street. That's a failure of our economy, if any. That to me screams failure. And you're not going to change that with a quick fix or a tariff. It's kind of laughable that you think you're going to fix homelessness or all these problems with a tariff or by deporting our labor, our backbone labor for this country. And I'm not saying it's okay. I'm not defending being undocumented by any means. I'm just telling you the facts. You deport the backbone of labor in this country, that's cheap labor. You're going to have to replace that undocumented labor that's cheap with labor that demands benefits and higher wages. So you're going to lead the economy to a worse position because we're going to see more inflation. So the idea that we're going to fix any of these issues right now with any of the proposed solutions by the current administration that's about to take office is kind of laughable. But that being said, I really want to get over and start this test because I'm excited to see the results. So give me a second while I set up the camera. All right, everybody, give me a moment to set up here. So I bet you all are wondering at this point, what's Ben up to? What's he doing today? What's this new experiment that I have never run before? Great question. So grab the cord here and head on over to the mini lab. All right, so as you all know, I recently, or as some of the members know, because I have a video up for members only, I did briefly touch on it on a previous live stream, but I released a video that shows the dual thief inducing high voltage, okay? So you have this one hooked up to the battery, and the secondary it's sitting on top of isn't hooked up to the battery, but it's picking up the wireless energy, okay, and going into the second lightning thief, and it's inducing the 120 volt LED to excite. So it's putting enough energy in there to excite 120 volt LED just with the wireless transfer. That was pretty cool. So I'm thinking, okay, so if it can do this, because we're thinking, what is the green machine going to be good for practically, right? We know we can get the wattage down 30 watts with this baby, right? But what are we going to do with it? We have to figure out some way to use the wireless transfer of energy. Yeah, baby. We're going to hook up a lightning thief as a secondary to the green machine while we spin that neodymium sphere, and we're going to see if that lightning thief picks up that energy wirelessly with the secondary coil, and if it can be usable. So we're going to hook up a load to it and everything. Okay, guys, this is very exciting because I can't say what will happen. Maybe it won't do anything, but I'm kind of optimistic about this one actually working. So let's get to it. Oh yeah, and this is our new color for the Lightning Thief case. It's a nice, sleek, transparent green. So this is the one that we're going to be shipping out to Nathan and Gerald and everybody. Not this, green one. We're going to have a nice, clear, transparent case for you guys. These were just like prototypes that I was messing with, trying to see the spacing and all that. This might not even be the final one, to be honest. I have to modify it a little bit to fit some of the housing components, specifically the block terminals and all that good stuff. All right, so I'm going to cue the workshop music and get set up for this test. And when I'm ready, I will get back onto the mic and explain everything that's happening. Let me get the Wattman here. We're going to monitor this. So first, we're going to do it with the power supply. Okay, the power supply here. But if we get any positive results, I want to try it with the 12-volt battery. Okay, so that's where we're heading. That's what the plan for the evening is until we get ready for the League of Extraordinary Inventors, if it's happening tonight. I still have yet to check my email on that invite. Yeah, Nathan, no, I agree with you. To be honest, I am upset that we give to other countries so much while our people starve. It is disgusting. It is an injustice. So on that, we agree 100%. See, we can't agree. All right, and this case is looking nice, Nathan. Like, I'm really excited to send you this. This is going to be really cool when it turns out. I just don't know if I'm going to keep the bottom transparent. I might, and my girlfriend actually had the idea to try to get the glow-in-the-dark plastic too and see what that might look like. So we might do that as well. So, but I don't know, this transparent green is looking really nice. I think it'll do well. Maybe I won't even have to drill a hole in the top for the neon indicator light. Maybe I'll just be able to, you'll be able to see it through the transparency of the case. We'll see. Alright, it's going to take about maybe 5 to 10 minutes to set this up, so I'm going to start some music for you guys to chill out to, because I don't want to bore anybody while I'm setting up, and I like the music myself. And I really appreciate everybody for stopping by. This is really awesome to see such a huge turnout tonight. I know not all of you agree with what I have to say, but nonetheless, you stuck around and you listened to what I had to say, and that means the world to me. It doesn't matter if we agree. I just like to be heard, because I do believe that I have important things to relay that can shed light in your lives in an important way. And I don't think that it's necessarily anything that is offensive, in my opinion. So, I try to provide you guys with as much forbidden knowledge as possible, and I don't shy away from anything that is considered controversial, as long as it's important and I consider it vital information. Our Workshop of Wonder soundtrack, and I hope you guys enjoy it while I do so.
Shadows in the sky, minds open wide, French heroes unite, the secrets can't hide, 0-point dreams, they reach for the sky, bravely defy, ancient whispers abide, welcome to the edge of what we know, where dreams take flight, let knowledge flow, in the cradle of stars, whose light will go, with Nathan and the benefactor watch the future go. ride the light they sail. Ancient forts unravel like comets going tail. Nathan lights the charge, circuits burn ablaze. Will the benefactor all his furious maze? Echoes of old secrets whispered in the night. They guide the light to a future bright. Breakthroughs at the fringe they take, leaving conventional science to draw a blank. The fringe think tank, the scientific lens, Nathan, Ben and friends, the fun never ends.
Alright, so the lightning thief is successfully hooked up to the secondary pickup coil on the bottom, the Christmas coil. That's not going to be hooked up to the power source at all. Again, that's going to be picking up some residual wireless energy, and we're going to feed it into the lightning thief circuit and see if it can amplify it to usable energy in this 9-watt LED load. I'll show you in a second. And just for a quick reminder, the way the green machine works, which is this box right here, this is our pulse motor setup. Okay? I'm aiming for the consumer version to include a small coil, but you can also hook it up to an auxiliary coil, which is what we're going to be doing today. We're going to be hooking up the primary Mark I coil sitting on top of the Christmas coil. We're going to hook that up to the green machine, the pulse motor. And right now I'm using a stereo amp receiver mini board, but soon we will have PCBs for this device. I'm not sure it's going to be out at the same time as the Lightning Thief, but we are planning on making a commercial version after we send these out to the team for testing, just for quality assurance and see if they have any tweaks or modifications that would benefit the consumer and themselves if they are interested in using it for their own research, which is what I intended for it to be used for in the first place. Anyways, this test is to see if we can get any kind of usable energy from the Wattman reduction test we did earlier, where we successfully reduced the input requirement of the system from 46 watts to 16 watts by spinning a neodymium sphere and generating that extra 0-point energy, vacuum energy, whatever you want to call it, to supplement the system. So basically lowering the input requirement. And that is my ongoing theory of how this is working. If you followed my research in the previous members-only video and live stream, I did reveal that the Dual Thief setup has the ability to pick up high voltage wirelessly. Okay? So this is the basis of this test, to see if we can get any usable energy out of that Wattman reduction setup that we have with the green machine. And I think we might be able to get something, hopefully. It's pretty cool because this setup I was trying to figure out for a while. How are we going to utilize it, practically? Yeah, it's cool, it reduces the input wattage, significantly reduces it, but how are we going to implement this in a practical way so people can utilize it for their everyday life? So this is the test that is going to determine if that is viable for or a viable pathway for that consumer ready product that will be available sometime late 2025, hopefully. Almost ready, just need a couple more jumper cables. So what we're doing is hooking up using the closed circuit method, the stereo method, which we hook up the end of channel B to the beginning of channel A. Alright, we're ready. We just need to up the laptop and input the frequency and place the neodymium sphere. Give me 1 second, guys. I need to open the case up and plug this cord back in. Alright everybody, it seems we are ready. Just give me 2 seconds to double check the connections, because I did have to kind of open the case up for a minute and load some music up for this dramatic test.
Nathan and Gerald's workshop, behind the scenes, anti-gravity dreams and electric machines, sacred geometry, coils hum and glow, harnessing power for negative currents though, the masters of voltage defying all the rules, teaching the secrets to us curious fools. Futuristic visions for shade. Electric symphonies in the front of trees, chasing down mysteries that burst at the seams. The sound of fun now in circus collide. Nathan and Gerald are on the skies. In the realm of the wire and magic flow, wave divide what we used to know. Catch the rhythm of power set free. With Nathan and Gerald discover infinity. Through the cosmic waves we forge our way, galactic thinkers by night and by day, charting stars of our technicolor haze, ignite a spark, a neon blaze. Free energy secrets cradled at dawn, unlocking portals where worlds are drawn. Nathan Gerald masterminds the play, craft your future in the circuitry ballet. Feel the forces burning bright in every turn and every rewired light.
So it doesn't look like we're getting any kind of power yet. Let me try switching to the second Lightning Thief device, and we'll try that. If that doesn't work, we'll hook up another load, I guess. This is kind of disappointing, honestly. Alright, so unfortunately we didn't get any kind of effect. What time is it? 8:55. Yeah, we got to get ready for the League of Extraordinary Inventors in 5 minutes. So I overshot it a little bit, guys, but let's go over to the League of Extraordinary Inventors main show. So we're going to go to an intermission tab, and I'll be right back. Green screen interference? Yeah, sometimes when I'm using it. I'm not using it at the moment, though.
In a lab with dreams ignite, Lulu's mind is taking flight. Bouncing equations, there's a plan she designs, unlocking secrets where the cosmos aligns. I say let's reach the stars, with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing, our destinies collide. Knowledge, wisdom, a peek in the dark, juggling spark. Every calculation, every moment so grand. She's building the future with her guiding hand. Every shift she's closer to the night. Family warmth she finds. Strength to fight. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Through every challenge she won't lose sight. Her passion shines, a star in the night. With every step she's paving the way. In the dance of science she'll always stay. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. Let's reach the stars, the biggest hit all night. Our take is the light of the stars. I say let's reach the stars with knowledge as our guide. In this universe we're tracing our destinies collide. I say let's reach the stars
That's interesting.
Yeah, so I wanted to just one sec. Give me 1 second here.
You want to do share screen?
Yeah, I just want to. That's the link. My computer is kind of slow when I'm not at home because I'm using a Mac and it's an old Mac, 2015 Mac, and it's kind of slow.
Yeah.
But it takes some time. I already got it, so I'm gonna share the screen. Just scroll down there. So can you see the screen of the YouTube screen?
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm gonna play. What's the maximum time we can play YouTube videos? It's like 30 seconds. Is that it?
Yeah. Or
For-
if you stop and talk for a minute and then go back again, kind of thing.
Okay. So I'll just play the beginning, not the full video, but I'm just gonna show it off to you before.
Of cosmology conceives of a universe which is made up of 68% dark energy, a mysterious substance for which we know next to nothing about. We've lived with this idea for decades now, but new work suggests that this entire idea could be wrong, that there is no dark energy. It's all just an illusion created in part by subtle time dilation effects in general relativity. This alternative theory is called timescapes, and now a new analysis suggests that it could actually explain observations of the local universe better than dark.
So there you go. I suggested that the same idea like 15 years ago, that there's no dark energy, that it's just an effect of time dilation. And now there's a paper, doing exactly the same thing. And but they have the Einstein field equations in it, so it's more official than so they can basically legally publish a paper because they got the Einstein field equation in it. And I'll try to show that to you.
I think they probably still have to make reference to him. They can use it, but they have to make reference to him.
Yeah.
But
So does that mean that everything's in a huge time dilation field, and that's what we're seeing out there?
Yeah, exactly. Look at that. There's a little example here.
Exciting to follow. After all, if dark energy isn't real, the fate of the universe will be radically different. I think sometimes the public gets the false impression that scientists proclaim ideas and never challenge them, but nothing could be further from the truth, as Timescapes here shows. We are always challenging our own ideas, seeking the next crack to pry open, and that's
So yeah, that's basically the idea. It's a time dilation, but that's exactly what I proposed 15 years ago. I just don't have the skills to write the Einstein field equations. I'll stop sharing. Can you? Okay, so it stopped sharing. So I'm gonna share the screen now. Present, share screen. So 15 years ago, I went to present my theory, and in some conference. I forgot the name of the doctor who organized that conference. Yeah, so it's Breakthrough Energy Technologies presented at SPE SIF 2012. And actually, if we look at the PDF, God. And there's a verification that I'm not a robot here. Now I got the PDF. Okay, so I'm gonna share the screen again.
Seems like a lot of old ideas are getting rehashed again.
Yeah. Okay, it's this tab. So that was the paper that I wrote in 2012. It was really very early, in the early stages of my theory. But this is the when you go to a show, they'll publish your paper. If you were accepted in the show, then they'll publish your paper. And now my paper got published, and right here, I talk about it. Dark energy in the center of the universe. Dark energy is yet another form of energy that was introduced but remains undetected in laboratories. It is supposed to be responsible for the expansion of the universe by propelling galaxies away from each other. The problem is that in order to do so, the amount of energy theoretically required would be unimaginable. The Hubble's law represents the rate of the expansion of the universe with the speed of the distant galaxies as seen from the Milky Way, with V equals Hubble's constant times distance. So that's going to give the speed of the expansion. And right here, I say, on the other hand, finite theory applied on the scale of the universe proved that there is no need for such energy. Indeed, if we can consider the universe to be the result of the Big Bang, then all galaxies must have a certain momentum. So if we try to represent the speed of the observed galaxies using finite theory, where h is null, because the environment must not be encompassed by anything else, then we will have the following right here. So basically, that's what I'm saying. There's no need for dark energy because of time dilation, time contraction effects. Because I think I said it at some point. If you have a boat, if you have a boat, if you're riding a boat in the lake, and you have a friend in front of you that has a boat, and a friend behind you that has a boat, and your friend ahead of you, his boat goes 2 times faster than yours. The boat behind you goes half time quite as slower as yours. And you're gonna see the distance. You're gonna see the distance increasing between the boats. So relative to you, you're gonna see the distance increasing between the guy behind you and ahead of you. So it's the same thing with galaxies that travel in the universe because of the time dilation, time contraction. So yeah, so that's what I explained in my paper like 15 years ago, and now people are just they just discourage you, and then they plagiarize what the hell you did. So, but in a professional way. So that's the way it goes. So it's a warning to all of you to protect your backs, and that's the way it is, really. So always protect your back, man.
Yeah, that's been going on a lot. I think even more so now. But I'm finding some of the old theories popping up again.
Yeah. So yeah, so it's something similar happened with the MHD vortex. I'm not gonna go in details, but it's a common pattern. People wanna they'll do whatever they can to embrace and extend what you did. So that's the way it is. That's how it is. So heads up to everybody, man. It's not.
Yep. Yeah, if you're working on something and you're trying to get somewhere with it, monetize it or whatever, sometimes you have to hold back and not give out too much information because people might take that and stuff it in their back pocket and try to pull it up later saying it was theirs. And it's going on all the time.
Yeah,
especially in art.
Is it because we don't have a unified global metrics and measurement department, but globally? We have one in the United States, but we don't have one where it's recognized everywhere, not just.
Yeah, but the only way to protect yourself is to get published, and not everybody can publish if you don't have especially if you don't have a PhD in physics, then it's almost impossible to publish. It was possible before, but these days it's impossible. So so they kind of it's kind of a cartel, I go back to that. That's what it is, man. It's a cartel. They steal your ideas and they call you a crank, and then they just embrace and extend what you did.
So your publication in 2012, where is this at? Like, who sees it? Like, is it filed somewhere where it's?
Yeah, it's in Science Direct. I just remember the name of the doctor that organized the event. It's Dr. Vallone from
Tom Vallone.
He's seeking new ways, new propulsions, or new energies, and things like that. So
you're published, right?
Tom Vallone.
Yeah, I am published. The idea is published, so they cannot plagiarize me,
Yeah, Tom Vallone, he worked at the U.S. Patent Office, and he became a whistleblower because he was saying you're seeing all these over Unity and free energy devices all get shoved away.
Oh, yeah.
And finally, he just had enough of it. He blew the whistle on it, and they fired him. That was going back in late 80s, and he's been blowing the whistle since. So.
I didn't know that. But, yeah, I know him since 2012, and, so I know his email address. He knows me, so when I talk to him, we respect each other. So, but yeah, he has great connections too. So maybe you should talk to him with your device also.
Who, Tom Vallone?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still too early. I want to get a couple of good prototypes out and testing.
Yeah.
As soon as I get that done, then I might be able to do something with it. I have to discuss it with my partner anyway, so before we do anything like that. So
yeah. So
T-Von's on tonight. Hey T-Von, hope you had a good Christmas. He is a friend of mine. He runs a company out in Morocco.
Morocco.
The FTW project. He does all the RF blocking devices. Makes medallions, and he makes cell phone protectors, so you're not getting all the bad RF to your body. Yeah, he has some pretty cool stuff. I have some of his stuff. He has this little medallion about this big, and you just set it beside your bed at nighttime, or you could actually put it under your pillow, and it protects your body from all these parasitic RF frequencies.
My ex-girlfriend was from Morocco. Yeah.
Right on.
Yeah.
So I have something to share if you guys want to see it.
Yeah, sure. Pop it up. Actually, I need you guys' help tonight. I've been doing some ChatGPT and trying to come up with a name for my power cell technology. And I just want to spin a couple of names off to you guys and see what you think.
So you can use ChatGPT to find names too.
Yeah, that's what I did. I've been working on that, trying to come up with a name.
So just so you guys know, I was having fun with people this weekend on Christmas. I did this, and I kind of got an unexpected surprise here. It's when I hook both of them up a little bit.
That light bulb using that potato and that orange. So there's one.
So that right there.
Just in proximity to each other, they turn on.
Did you get 50 million views on that?
So I didn't get hardly any views on that. But it was just funny because I was trying to just mess with people, and I ended up messing with myself because here I am plugged into a potato and the other one's plugged into an orange, yet the juices in them still produce the energy that turns each one on at a distance. So it's like the craziest thing in the world. Like, how is that possible? It's funny the way it works. I'll just play the rest.
Just in proximity to each other, they turn on. Oh, that is so cool.
Look how much energy the potato has.
Oh, yeah.
Wow.
It's more
That's awesome.
Potato
I'm
power,
gonna light up
interesting.
that light.
I never thought of that.
So I have another one for you. Hold on. Now I'm really going to mess with people's brains, right?
Flux capacitor.
That all holds capacitance, so that was what the funny part was. Yeah.
That's amazing. My potato is lighting up the light bulb. That is just so cool.
So the potato is like a capacitor, and it energizes the light bulb.
Well, like I said, I wanted to mess with people, so I put a screw in my table, right? And then I hooked the screw to my Tesla coil, and I just set the potato on it.
I knew it.
So
you can't light up a light bulb with a freaking potato.
You know,
You can power a clock, though.
Alter some field to match the potatoes frequency.
No, you cannot. You cannot power a light with a freaking potato or a lemon, or both at the same time.
Oh man, you know what though? I just wanted to mess with people a little bit. It was Christmas.
That's why I asked you, did you get 100 million views on that? Because they'd like to put disinfo like that in the spotlight because it's totally wrong.
I saw it and I bought it up.
It might put out 0.4 volts. You might even get 0.5 volts out of it. Maybe if you did that with a jewel thief circuit, you might be able to get one little tiny LED bulb to go. But that's about as far as you're getting with a potato.
Yeah, it's clickbait. Like
So-
Mike says.
If you stick it with like a zinc rod and a copper rod and 2 wires, you can connect it to a small light bulb will light up. I know that. But you don't have anything attached, like, supposedly an image to it. So
Well, he fooled me.
So what happens when I start stringing the potatoes together? You see, it'll go through every single potato that I hook into it in a line, and it'll still light up a light bulb on the other end.
That's right.
Have you tried anything else, like a tomato?
necklace, and light it up?
Perfect.
So I ordered some sleeves for my light bulbs. So they're colored different colors. So I'm printing out little brackets that go on my garage door. So when I do my show, I'll paint my garage door black. I'm going to put on the different color light bulbs. So as soon as my Tesla coil goes on in the vicinity, all of them will light up in different colors.
Cool.
It'll look like a wall of lightsabers.
that's cool. That's cool.
Potato nightlight.
You gotta have fun with people once in a while. I just want to see what they have to say.
He fooled me on that one. He really did.
Yeah, you got
He
me
did.
there, man.
I was like, potato power. Oh my god.
Yeah.
This goes
You
beyond
got
a
me there,
potato
man.
clock.
I was like, you what?
Oh, people called me out on it right away.
Yeah.
Said, where's your Tesla coil, Nathan? We know better.
Yeah.
It reminds me of Jeremiah's levitating coil at some point. I know there was something under the table.
Oh man. Magnet vortex sphere video. I don't remember which one that was.
I thought you were wirelessly transmitting that energy to the potato.
Put a little antenna on the.
You know, I probably could. Let me
With the right
I'll
pickup,
put a
maybe,
receiver coil on it. So
Yeah, just put a little coil with an antenna attached to it. Stick it right in the potato.
I gotta put a face on it, make it a little potato guy.
Yeah.
And then light it up.
Yeah, make his eyes blink.
I was gonna mess with Joe and make it a rock and put a face on it and call it my pet rock, and then have it light it up. But that would be cruel. That and I couldn't find the right rock.
Oh man.
Well, that was a fun video. I like potatoes.
So do I.
Yeah, I like seasoned fried French fries are pretty good. I make.
If I eat too many, I feel like a potato.
Yeah. But did you know that potatoes was back in the medieval times, the French the French king was giving away potatoes to the New France, which is Quebec right now, because potatoes were the cheapest vegetables. They were the cheapest vegetables, so they were feeding the population with potatoes mostly. They were cheap, so that's funny.
Its life cycle is really plant it, like it comes out like really fast. Have a lot of things in 1 year for potatoes.
Yeah, it's not a bad thing when you in a recipe, especially for poutine, eh, Mike?
I like me some French fried taters. Mm-hmm.
I like mine barbecued.
Yeah, with bacon in it.
That sounds good.
Oh, sour cream and chives in it. Oh, no.
Yeah.
We're talking.
Hey, Mike, I put a video in the private chat. It's up to you whether you want to play it or not. Joe sent it to me earlier, and it has to do with magnets in a cup structure and how it creates zero field on the inside and then field on the outside. And he shows the little magnetic sheet that goes with it.
Right.
I don't think there's any music in it, though.
Yeah, me too, Gerald. That's what I had at the casino 2 days ago.
What, the tree of cheese?
Yeah. With bacon in it.
Nice.
Okay, I can maybe share this. All right, let me share my screen here. Okay, can you guys see my screen?
Uh-huh.
I will show you a very special magnet array. It is a spherical array with a spiral magnet configuration. I will show you later what I mean by that. So first off, let me just explain to you how I built it. As you can see, I have two half spheres here, and all of these spheres are equipped with lots of magnets. I've showed you a similar magnet array in an earlier video before, but what I have done differently this time is you can probably see these magnets are all arranged in a spiral pattern, meaning if we start with this magnet from the center out here, like this, you see we have one spiral arm, and here the next one. And we have, starting from the inside, a 4 millimeter, 5 millimeter, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, and 11 millimeter disc magnet. So they grow in size as the spiral evolves to the outside. And one spiral arm has one polarity. So this one that I show you with my finger would be north polarity. The next one would be south polarity. And the next one again north and south and so on. So each of these spiral arms that you see are in alternating polarity arranged. I can show you this quickly under magnetic viewing film, like this, so you can get a better idea. It's just when I hold it like this, all of these poles are separated by each other, so we get this really beautiful and interesting pattern all around the magnet array. And also on the inside, you can see the same, like this. And if I place it right at the center, you can probably see in the middle, we don't have any magnetic field. And if you have seen my earlier videos where I also showed you bowl-shaped magnet arrays, where all the poles are facing in the same direction, and inside we do have a magnetic field, not with this configuration. So what I'm going to do next is, I will assemble these two bowls. And of course, this one is arranged in the exact same pattern. Only difference with this one, I have here 11 millimeter disc magnets on here. So the sphere is completed. So let me just assemble this off camera. So now I've put these two half spheres together to one complete sphere. And I will now show you with the magnetic viewing film the overall field. As you can see, these spiral arms, they wrap around the entire sphere, and also they come in like this on the other side. And on the center hole, as you can see here probably, there is no magnetic field at all, which is kind of interesting. Also, we have no defined polarity here. So we don't have a north or south pole here. As you can probably see, when I bring the compass to here, it really doesn't know what to do. It just flips and rotates in various directions. But yeah, we don't have a defined polarity in here because, as you can see, we don't have a magnetic field right around here, or a very weak one. Also, as you can probably see, when I just move the field viewer a bit further away, the field doesn't extend very far. And now we get to a very interesting part. I will add two more magnets to the array, just here at the center holes, and this will alter the entire magnetic field of the whole array by a lot. I will do that also off camera and show you the result. So now I added on each of these center holes a 10 millimeter disc magnet here and here. And one is south pole facing outwards, the other one is north pole facing outwards. And as I said before, this alters the entire field of the whole sphere by a lot, by just adding 2 more magnets. As you can see, when I bring my field viewer closer, like this, we do have a polarity and also a magnetic field right at the center here. And what you can also see, the spirals have changed a lot. So it was in a total 10 spiral arms, but now, as you can see, when we have North Pole here, all the North Pole arms are connected by each other, as you can see, and all the South Pole arms are now separated and don't go right to the center hole. And you can see this if I just rotate it like this. On the other side, it's exactly the same. I will again just rotate the sphere, and you can just follow one of the spiral arms, like for example this one, as I rotate it. Just look how the field has changed overall by just adding 2 more magnets to the entire sphere. And I will just quickly disassemble it and show you the inside. So again, we have the sphere opened, and now I'll show you with the field viewer what it looks like when I place it on top of here. As you can already see with these white lines and also the colored parts, you can see if I push it in slightly how the field itself twists. And again, if I show it like this, in the center we don't have that much of a magnetic field, but on the corner of the field viewer you can see down here at the bottom where we added the additional magnet. Now there is, of course, some field extending out here. And yeah, on the outside, of course, it looks similar than before, as with the whole sphere. And what I'm going to do next is I will add a sphere magnet. This one, I think is 2 or 3 centimeters, I think 3 centimeters in diameter. This is a large sphere magnet, and it is covered with a 3D printed plastic part. You will see why shortly. So obviously it wouldn't stay in the center by itself, but with these extension parts, I can just insert it into here. As you can see now, I removed one of these magnets accidentally, so I will just assemble the whole thing off camera again and show you the result. So now I added the large sphere magnet to the center, and what I have also done is I left the disc magnets in on this side and removed it here on the other side. So let me just show you what the field looks like now. So viewing it from the side like this, you will see already the field extends way further than before. Still, the spiral arms extend like they did before, and also the field viewed from up top of here looks kind of similar, except for 5 of the spiral arms have this, more of a white lines or are almost white, meaning there is not that much of a magnetic field, while the other 5 arms that are separated from the center here do have quite a strong magnetic field. If you don't know this magnetic viewing film, the darker the color, the stronger the magnetic field, and the lighter the color, the weaker the magnetic field. So yeah, this field viewer indicates the strength of the magnetic field with colors. And this is the side with the disc magnets inserted. So let me view the other side. As you can see, with no disc magnet inserted, it looks kind of different. Again, you can see in these greenish blue colors, these 5-armed spiral here. And if I just tilt it a bit more to the side, you can also see the other polarity side like this. And again, the center sphere magnet was inserted with the polarity regarding the same direction with this disk magnet. So the center sphere magnet and these disk magnets are attracting to each other. Yeah, I think this is a kind of interesting magnet array. Don't ask me what purpose this serves or the applications. I don't know. And if I knew, I probably wouldn't be able to tell you.
Well, this reminds me, I don't know if Gerald is still here, but this reminds me of the spherical coil that Gerald was talking about at some point with longitudinal wires. So that would be very interesting to know about.
Pretty cool.
Yeah, it's cool, but it's confined in space too. And he was also saying that that field doesn't go very far outside the outside of the ball itself.
But that's interesting because that kind of like Dyson sphere arrangement of magnets is the same kind of parabol arrangement that you would need to increase the acoustic levitation effect for small particles.
Right.
So that's something about that shape.
Yeah, definitely interesting.
Yeah, and what they actually do is they spin the frequency from one speaker to the other in a circular pattern, so it's creating a vortex.
Well, a vortex, but it's a static vortex. It's not a dynamic vortex.
Yeah, it's just enough though. Whatever the dynamics of it is, it's just enough to increase the ability to lift a little bit more. You know?
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah, Gerald is still here, so I don't know, Gerald, if
Yeah, I want to skip by a couple of these names. I'm trying to come up for my power cell. Let's see, a good one here. And I was using ChatGPT to kind of come up with power
the
cell.
energon cubes.
So he came up with one called Nexus, Nanostructured Energy Exchange Utilization Solid State.
It's kind of long, unless you have a
Nexus. That's what the acronym is. Okay, the next one I came up with.
That one is too part of a lot of Nexus. Too common.
Yeah, the next one I came up with was Gemini, Graphite Energy Magnesium Ionic Network Interaction. I'm trying to come up with ideas here. So I'm using ChatGPT to come up with some ideas for me.
Yeah, I'll stick to energon cube.
What does it mean, though? What's the meaning of it?
Yeah, the infinity. You call it the infinity cube.
Another one.
The singularity.
Yeah, ChatGPT gives you some good options. So let's see what else you got.
There's one here. Here's another one. MagTech, magnesium activated graphite technology for energy conservation harvesting.
MagTech. What's the name?
MagTech. Yeah. Another one was PowerCore, performance optimized, energy efficient resource carbon optimized reactant engine. That one's a little bit long too.
We're back.
Let's see, what's another one here? HART, Hybrid Energy Advanced Research Technology.
That's neat. Yeah, that's neat.
I like that one.
I like HART because the way my cells work is by pulsing it.
Yeah.
The cells.
That's cool. No, that one, like, put a pin in that one for me at least.
Yeah, I've kind of gravitated around this one here. I'm going to keep working at it. There's a couple other ones that are pretty cool. But I like Hybrid Energy Advanced Research Technology. That's a good one. I'm getting, I feel better at using that one. There's another one here. Q heart. So letter Q, then heart. Quality, high efficiency, alternative resource technology. Get some other ones here.
I mean, you could have a main and the sub. You can start with like, you could always have another addition to, the name. It could do,
yeah.
like,
I think inventing the device was the hard part. Choosing the name is the hard
harder. I know.
Yeah.
There's another one I got here. Mag cell, MAG cell, magnesium activated graphite carbon energy lattice link.
I think including cell in general is just a good, like, smart marketing move because it's such a well-known term and it's associated with all sorts of alternative, like, new forms of energy. So, yeah, I could see, something cell or whatever working.
It's very diverse. Always incorporate, like you have to find also, if you really want to detail it, words where you want to have an extension idea in the future. You leave room for that because it's in the title.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Here's another one. Power core, performance optimized, energy efficient, resource carbon optimized reactant engine.
It is. Yeah, it's good. I like it, but I like the heart better. That was my favorite.
Yeah.
If you call it something like over unity battery, it tells everything you need to know.
Well, it says hybrid energy advanced research technology.
But is it for the device or the company you want to?
No, just the device.
Okay.
I was under the impression that it might be smarter to start, marketing devices like this as, like not over unity, like leave out the over unity until they gain like a following of consumers, and then you can kind of like mention, oh yeah, by the way.
Like everybody could call a battery or a cell, right?
Mm-hmm.
It's so common, but I like to have a name in front of the cell. You know what I mean?
Right, to emphasize what it's capable of.
Right. So it's a hybrid energy advanced research technology, which basically that's exactly what it is, right? It's a hybrid technology. It's advanced research. It's kind of it fits all the peripheral of what
cool,
it is.
And I want one, Mike.
I like it. I like it.
Yeah, I like it too. That one's going to be in my top 3 for sure.
Like people stop and listen, like it's not something that just passes by, like you're like, oh, what's that?
Yeah. It's something that will grab your attention when you see it. Heart. What the heck's a heart?
Yeah.
Ben wants to call it the X factor. It tells you everything. It tells you everything you need to know.
Phil thinks I have that je ne sais quoi.
The whole heart.
So, Mike, how do you spell it? H-E-A-R-T?
Yeah, like heart. H-E-A-R-T.
Q heart is cool too.
Yeah.
It's the power cell energy of the future.
Yeah, heart. Hybrid energy advanced research technology.
Yeah, I mean, it could be the heart of let's say, whatever you're powering up. That's the heart. I mean, kind of fits.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, you can market it that way. That's cool. I like that.
Because that's how the cell operates. It's a pulse, right? So it kind of fits, right?
It does. The more you talk, the more it makes sense.
Because you don't draw a direct load off it, right? It's a pulsed energy coming out of it, and that's basically what all of us have been working on. Nathan's stuff, it's all pulsed energy. Even what Philip's doing too. To some point, it's pulsed energy as well. All these over unity systems and free energy systems, they're all based on a pulsed energy method. It's completely opposite of what regular energy is. So, and this power cell is no different. So, just something to think about. I'm working on.
Well, you got slogans here, Mike, in the chat.
Energy hole filter. Impulse.
Or
power cell energy of the future, heart.
over unity, or super horsepower, or
Yeah, it's not easy coming up with a name for something that's different.
Well, you got to have a slogan with your name, Mike.
Yeah.
Yeah, for me, I kind of like to use terms that are easily recognizable, like C++, superset. Then I'm talking about C++ or Acumen. It's something to aim that is used to aim. So I like to use a word that is, but it depends on people, I guess.
Okay, here's a slogan. You'll have heart, the cell of the future. Everybody needs a heart.
Ah, good one.
There you go.
Huh?
Good one.
See? Turbo hole. Oh my God. Turbo hole.
I just wanted to see if you'd read it.
My heart hole? What?
You're the hole.
Oh my God.
Fire in the hole.
Fire in the hole. Oh man.
Oh my God, the cell's doing too many oscillations in the hole. Got fire.
Fire in the hole. I like that one.
Yeah. Like Counter-Strike, only Faraday Research wins.
Yeah, Counter-Strike. That was the best game ever.
So it would be like Faraday Research has a product that is called Heart, right?
Well, we're not using Faraday Research as the company name. We're going to use an LLC.
Okay.
And as far as I know, we might get that set up this year if things go the way we want it to go. But it won't be under Faraday Research. It'll be under a LLC. Yeah. So we got a player cards right with this one. Yeah, I like Heart. I'm gonna keep hammering ChatGPT, see what else it could come up with.
Or you can use you can use words that are you can look at the statistics of the words, the most common words or whatever,
Well, I tell ChatGPT to use the words that describe the power cell, and I add some words like carbon or magnesium. It's not lithium. There's quantum tunneling, stuff like that. I add it. I give a description of what I'm looking for, and then it comes up with pretty good ones. I got more lists somewhere else. I'm trying to remember where I put them. But yeah, it's come up with some pretty cool names. See if I can find it. I'll have to find it. I don't know where I put it. Usually everything's in my notepad. But yeah.
Or mega pack.
What's that?
Mega pack. Mega pack. Like Megadeth, but.
Oh, mega pack. Megadeth. Mega hole. Oh man.
Oh man.
Yeah, who would think that whole is so diverse? You could do so many things with it.
Oh, power blaster.
I was actually looking at buying myself a high-powered microscope because I want to actually start looking at the quantum scale, what my cells are actually doing inside. And I found a really cool one on Amazon. You could actually attach your cell phone to it, and you could take pictures. I believe it's 40 times on the eye, and the optic lenses on the microscope are 2,000, as high as 2,000. So 40 times 2,000. So yeah, we're getting at a real nano scale. That'd be really cool to actually start, taking a cell apart, taking a look on the inside, what's actually going on. If I could see some reactions going on, it'd be quite interesting. I'm just going through the chat. Chat's really good tonight. Chat, you're awesome.
So, what's your timeline for the device? When are you planning to release it?
Well, we wanted to get some stuff done before the holiday, but that didn't happen because my partner got sick, and he's still going through his issues right now. And I'm waiting for another part to come in tomorrow. And then hopefully maybe even by tomorrow evening, I might be able to start throwing something together. Like the build, the actual build itself is so important. Like it's ridiculously important because if you don't fabricate the cell properly, it doesn't perform. You'll either lose voltage or you lose current or you lose both. So we're talking like very, very fine measurements, extremely fine measurements to get it right. And if you get it right,
you can't automate the building of the stuff you need to manually.
Yeah, I don't have the resources. I don't have a $50 billion facility. Like some of these companies have multi-billion-dollar facilities for building power, batteries and stuff. Eventually, we would need something like that to actually make our stuff, right to the highest potential. But it's more the science right now that I'm interested in on making it work and do what it does. And if I could get 10 to 20 years life out of a cell, I'd be very, very happy with that because nobody has got anything like that out in the market right now. Nobody.
Yeah.
Amen to that,
Not
brother.
even the top laboratories, because all their technology is based on energy storage, right? So eventually your tank is going to run out of fuel, so you have to refill it, so you have to charge the cell. These cells you do not charge. As soon as you get it, that's it. You don't have to do anything to it, no maintenance whatsoever. So that's a big thing, and they'll outlive any battery that's not currently on the consumer market by a long shot. So yeah, it's just kind of went like this, but I took a different direction than the rest of the battery industry. Totally.
And do you follow the industry standards and everything? Like,
I try to keep up to date on latest what's going on out there and what they're doing. But like I said before, everybody's based on energy storage and fast charging, which is fine. You're always going to need battery storage, but if you have a battery that never needs to be charged, and if you disconnect it from a load, it totally regenerates itself within a matter of seconds and has a shelf life of 10 to 20 years. Nobody out there has that. It's not out there. because they all wish to go into the battery storage. Mine is like a solid state reactor. It makes power, right? It produces power on demand.
Okay.
So, yeah, it's just I took a different direction, but you know, it's not going to last 200 years. I know that. If I could get 10 to 20 years, I'd be very content with that. So, and it's not harmful too. I think the big thing too is all the components that are in it are bio-friendly, or abundant on the planet. As far as like mining and stuff, it's non-toxic materials, which is great because that's what I'm after. It's not, making the cell is one thing, like like a nuclear battery. Okay, well, that thing has a half-life of 14 to 17 years before it dies off, right? But it's a nuclear isotope. It's got radiation on it, but ours doesn't have anything like that. Nothing like it at all. So
it's never gonna explode or anything like that.
No. Well, maybe if you throw it into a fire pit for 5 minutes, yeah, something would probably happen. Everything's gonna burn, right?
Yeah.
But in average operational conditions, you're just fine. It's safer than a lead acid battery. Lead acid battery is more dangerous or lithium ion. It's because there's no thermal, right?
Yeah.
Lithium puts out a thermal aspect to it.
It's beyond wonderful. Like the whole possibility of how this battery could be applied. It's
a new approach in every way.
Yeah. Like you can't beat that. Years like.
Yeah, I think the real big clincher is on this cell or solid state power device is you don't have to charge it, where all other batteries have to get charged at some point. This thing doesn't. So I think that's the real big clincher there, is it never needs to be charged. So it's interesting. It's totally different. Like I keep up to date on the latest battery tech, what they're doing. The big thing right now in China is the new sodium battery. And those are making waves. They're a lot safer than lithium ion, that's for sure. And they're putting it in some of their Chinese-built electric vehicles, and they're working really well. Like I'm all for it, like energy storage. Yeah, you'll always need battery storage, but on the method of actually creating power on demand with no external input into the system, that's something else. That's a whole new ball of wax, right? So what are your plans, Nathan, coming up week?
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
What are your plans coming up this week?
Well, I'm probably going to do another live show, live testing. People seem to enjoy that. So they get to ask the questions they want to ask, and I generally answer as many as I can, and then show some experiments, you know what I mean?
Right.
So I might go raid the kitchen cabinets and find out what I can find, because the energy basically goes through everything. So if I open a cup of soup, it would make the soup active, you know what I mean? So it's just interesting for people to see it. So maybe I'll just do that potato thing and hook like 5 of them together and see what it does. I don't know, just have a little fun. I mean, it's like the holidays, man. So I don't want to do anything super serious.
You gotta put some little like alien antennas on each. Yeah, make them like curly and stuff.
There you go.
And then turn on that Slayer exciter and watch the magic happen.
Oh yeah. I was thinking of putting lemonade out there, but people might confuse it for something else. So I think I'll avoid that one.
Don't fall asleep on us, Philip.
Yeah. Oh,
Yeah,
hold on.
sorry.
I have something for you, Phil. I made you a Star Trek character.
All right. Gotta see.
Captain Kirk.
There you go.
Yeah, what is he, Scotty?
Yeah, but where's the blue shirt? Is that insane? You know the.
No,
the-
that's the Star Trek shirt that they wore.
Yeah, I know,
Yeah,
but
that's
what's
in
the
there.
grade of the blue shirt? That's
Oh,
It's what is it? Medical one from Discovery.
oh yeah. So it's I'm a medical officer.
Philip, the ambassador.
Yeah,
That's a good one.
cool.
Yeah, that was pretty funny.
Hey, you haven't got
Yeah,
mine yet.
Scotty.
You haven't got a character for me.
Oh yeah, Mike's got a character in there. Oh, that episode was so great.
I have a character. You actually made one for me?
Yeah. Oh, damn. Do you don't remember the episode?
No, I don't see. I haven't seen mine.
You remember that big coil you had, and I told you what a big hole it was, and then Joe said, "I'll throw a hot dog through it," right?
Oh, right. Oh man.
Oh,
that's awesome.
yeah. That was hilarious, man. So yeah, you're in there, Mike.
And me spitting out my pop. That'd be another good one.
That poo steak.
The poo steak. Oh my god, that was great.
Replicator had to come from somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh, Mo.
Here we go. This is what I do here.
What with the schmucks? Yeah.
Schmucks.
That's the one. Oh, that's so hilarious, man. Admiral Schmuck.
Admiral Schmuck. The Schmucketeers.
Captain Schmuck. Yeah, David Lapointe, is that primer field number 3? David Lapointe. Okay, I'll check it out right now.
Oh, yeah, he did in between the two of those little cup things. In the center, it has a little ball of energy right there, and it lit it up. It was really cool.
Oh, yeah?
He did it in like a vacuum chamber or something.
That was a coil? Was that a coil?
No, it was just those round things. Let me look it up.
Chip something right here. I also, I want to show you. Let's see if I got it here. Looking for a picture of my spark gaps, my vacuum tube spark gaps. My community section's really big now. I got a lot of stuff here. Yeah, channel's really grown. Over 450 videos, probably closer to 500 now. Then all my live stream stuff, probably over 200 shows there in my live stream. If I find something interesting, like video links or whatever, always go to my community section. Sometimes I post some pretty cool stuff and some links to other.
I'm saying a link right now, Mike.
Okay.
It's not the DuPont one, but it's pretty cool.
Okay, just want to see if I can find my spark gap, my vacuum tube spark gap. It's way down. So I was doing the Don Smith stuff a couple of years back. There we go. Okay, I'll leave it right there. Okay, put the. Okay, let's. All right. Ooh, that's cool. Okay, I'm going to share my screen here. Can you see that? That's kind of interesting.
It kind of looks like DNA, doesn't it? Like a little bit.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it really does. What kind of a tube is that in the middle?
I don't know. Usually they're like crystal or something, or they just have gas in these things.
Yeah, I wonder if it's the ones that they use for hydroponics. The sodium, what do they call them? Sodium calcium bulb or whatever it is. That's interesting. I like that. Yeah, look how he's changing the frequency on it too. How it's modulating.
Yeah.
Like you could see the wave so clearly.
Yeah, like as he's changing the frequency.
Could create a resonance and start blowing off everything he wants.
Now, I wonder if there's a field around that you could capture. Look at that. It's in a static position now. Look at that.
Yeah, double helix going on.
Yeah. That's
really cool.
That's interesting. Flash tube. It's in a flash tube. That's what they call it. Yeah, Xeon flash tube.
That's cool.
Now that would be interesting. Put it right in the middle of your Tesla coil where you put the rod in. You're going to put this down inside there.
Yeah, I couldn't find them that skinny. You know what I mean? Or else I would. I got to figure out where he gets those.
Yeah, you'd have to source them out.
Even the color.
Yeah, the colors are really cool. Well, that one's Xeon. It's a Xeon flash tube, they call it. Guys, I'm just going to scoot out for a quick smoke. And when I get back, I want to show you, actually, before I do that, what the heck?
Yeah, can you just going to share my screen one sec?
Yeah, hold on one second. I just want to show everybody my... See, that's when I was getting the cold electricity coming through my...
That's cool. It's blue.
Yeah, it's a blue. Now, when I was getting a lot of current getting through it, it was a different picture. It was like reddish orange in color, very hot, a lot of current, and I was lighting up 100-watt light bulbs with it.
Well, what's cool about it is the blue, my Tesla coil, that one wire puts off blue, just same thing like that in cold, when it's in a cold area.
Right. There's another one.
Man, that's cool.
Yeah, those and you can see all the plasma right where there's a gap on either side. Yeah, that's one of my cooler ones. So let's see what's it got here. Yeah, that's one of the oldest posts I had on there. Yeah. Anyways, I'm just going to scoot out for a quick smoke. You guys just carry on. I'll be right back.
Yeah, that was really cool, man. The blue. You don't see too many in blue.
Do you have control of the screen? Can I show something?
I don't have any control.
Ah, shit. Yeah, I just want to show the primary fields part 3.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's the one from LaPont? Is that his name?
Yeah, La Pointe.
Okay, La Pointe. Okay. Yeah, that one's cool, man. That one I like.
Yeah, but what is it? Yeah, I saw the beginning, but it's like you have two anodes and you have an energy ball in the middle.
Well, remember those two little cups we looked at earlier with the magnets in them?
Yeah.
It's the same thing, just about one on top, one on bottom, and in the middle, it pulls a ball of energy in it.
Okay. And
So-
that's electricity or plasma?
I think it's plasma.
Okay.
I think it's all vacuum chamber plasma.
It looked,
cool.
I'm sorry, say that again, Lulu?
it looked like it's it's plasma, like
Yeah.
trapped in the structure. Yeah.
So if it's plasma, then you can. I mean, plasma it's ionized gas, so. But is it in vacuum or?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. Interesting. So you could. But what can you do with it? How can you harness it?
I have no idea. It's just something that looked pretty. I didn't see anything to harness there. It was just something that looked cool.
Yeah.
You know, the more I keep on thinking about like the drones and the orbs that they're seeing, and the more we connect ideas with this, I mean, what if they're creating this, but up there, you know, just to as an illusion of orbs in the sky. I mean, the more like I think about it, like it just makes sense that if you collide two different frequencies in a section of atmospheric, you know, unit, that yeah, you could possibly trap energy and make it look like a plasma. If you cross two energy beams, it like, you know, like hot and cold creates lightning, right?
You cross two energy beams like in Ghostbusters.
No, like if you cross two different lasers, you could create a plasma. And so it just, you know, like is
Well, that's what it does. You cross two lasers, it's going to create ionized gas at the cross section.
yeah. And so
Which
it
could be plasma.
feels like it can't be alien because science could explain it. If science could explain it, then it's not alien. It's like it becomes alien when science cannot explain it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. For me, you know, for me, we can explain everything. So.
Yeah.
Nothing's even if they're aliens. I kind of understand the idea of their technology. There's not. And I understand how far away the mainstream science is from knowing the aliens technology. The space-time curvature nonsense, you know.
It's not aliens. It's some probably did high tech, you know, security company that like told them, hey, you know, like you give us the contract, we'll like, you know, scan the whole population for you, and you know, but just you know, keep it hush hush, and that's all. And that's why nobody's given an order to bring anything down. There has to be a purpose why, you know, like the government's not initiating, like, you know, bring these drones down. You get it?
Yeah.
Like, they're in agreement on this, and it's not alien. Like if it was alien, like not.
But no, it's not alien. I just wonder if they had the device on the plane. So I didn't see anything else in the sky, and that kind of tech, you might have to have it on the plane.
Yeah, but that's the thing. If there's an incoming body, or either illegal alien or illegal drone or illegal orb, how can you tell that the illegal alien is not doesn't have mental problems, or you know, you can't tell, so you have to assume for the worst. So same thing with the drones. How can we tell that the drones are not nuclear? So we have to assume for the worst. And they keep saying the drones are safe, but how do they know? You know, they can't tell. Nuclear bombs these days can be miniaturized like in a little wallet or something like that. So so I think I think you're right, Lulu, that they know what they're doing.
You got that video there you want to show us, Phil?
Well, that was the primer fields part 3 here.
Okay.
So that's some sort of plasma ball in between two anodes or cathode.
Yeah.
So yeah, I just want to show what we're talking about here.
It's pretty interesting. Trying to see if I got any other interesting plasma. Oh, I want to show you a schematic here. Norman Wootan. I correspond with him every now and then on the EV Gray board. His MRA device, he tried to get a patent on back in the day. He had it tested at Georgia Tech, MIT, a few other big universities, and it was showing over unity effects. So can you see the schematic there?
Yeah.
So you got the signal generator right here, if you guys can see my cursor. And then it goes to the barium titanate piezo transducer. And then it went to a crudely made transformer with a barium ferrite magnet, as the core, 150 turns, and then put it to a full-weight bridge and then out to a load. So this thing was getting at Georgia Tech. It was showing a COP of 40 over, and it was very consistent. Now, he was using a pure sine wave output, square wave. Now, if you put in a square wave, it would not approach unity. So when he used a sine wave, it went over unity. So right around that time, that's when I started dabbling with the transducers, the barium titanate. And that's when I made my discovery with the the renegade of that device. I actually built his MRA device.
Hold on, can you go back up, Mike? I want to see those crystals you had there. That looks really interesting.
Yeah,
right there.
So what I was doing, I was vibrating. I'm trying to remember the hertz level I was using. It was quite high. I had calcite crystals and the smaller crystals sitting right on top of the transducers. When I got it to the right frequency with those crystals on it, I was getting anti-gravity effects. They started moving across the table. I actually had to tape it down and hold it in place, and also use this big piece here to actually hold them from moving around. And
so they generate like energy potentials?
Yeah, some kind of anti-gravity effect. They wouldn't stay on the table.
So hold on, Mike. The frequency that you put into them, was it just a pulse DC from your generator or sine wave?
Yeah, I was using a pulse wave from my my signal generator, and it was about 40 kilocycles. As soon as I hit 40 kilocycles, these things start dancing.
So 40 kilohertz?
Yeah, 40 kilohertz.
Okay.
They start to dance, especially with the crystals on them.
Okay.
Can you replicate the
I'm
anti-gravity?
going to try that.
Yeah, these things start to dance, especially when I put these lattice structured quartz crystals on top of the transducer. They started amplifying that waveform, and it started making it vibrate so much they just started dancing across the table. I had to anchor them down; they wouldn't stay in one spot. And then I also have barium ferrite magnets here, which also enhanced the effect because I had a magnetic field present.
So hold on, the ferrite magnets enhance the effect?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, because of the relative permeability.
Yeah. So putting these, I had about 5 of them with the quartz crystal lattices here, and they're cut pretty good. They're not perfectly cut, but they're decent. And yeah, as soon as I got up to the 40 kilohertz, they start dancing on the table. So, and the magnetic field in the area too, it also helped. My EM meter was going off the friggin' Richter scale. It was going crazy.
The crystal's mass didn't matter with the energy. It had to be above no matter how big the thing was or how small.
Yeah, the whole thing just starts shaking.
Okay.
So you're
those are all
getting
the
closer.
same material? Oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Ben.
I was going to say, those are all the same material?
Yeah, yeah. These big ones here, these ones are calcite crystal. They're softer. These ones are carbon crystals. Some of them have carbon inside them. I think this one's got carbon in it. This one's got carbon in it. You can see the blackness inside. Yeah, I got some really interesting effects with this.
Well,
go ahead, Nathan.
Oh, I was just going to say, it's closer to the Hutchinson effect than the Martin Fleischmann project was when they did it.
Yeah.
Way closer.
Yeah. See, when I did this, the Hutchison effect, the one where he was sitting on the floor and he had that little stuffy in there and he had those elements just dancing around. Well, that's exactly what was happening with this.
That's so cool. Wow.
Now, I also had a magnetic field, so I got the barium ferrite magnets present. And if you can see, I also have my plasma ball. I also enhanced that space with energy. So all that together, I think I made kind of a mini Hutchison effect right there. I did that about 2.5 years ago.
And what type of crystals are they?
Quartz. These are quartz. The big ones here are calcite crystal. And these ones here are regular crystal, but they have a touch of carbon inside the lattice structure. They had a higher carbon content. But yeah, these things were dancing.
Cool.
And it wasn't like it was out of control. It was a really steady vibration, and they just lost the friction with the table. They just started to move, right?
Oh, I see. They floated on the table.
Yeah, like the crystals stayed on top of the transducers. They didn't fall off.
Yeah.
So Wally says calcite has 40 times piezo potential of quartz.
Yeah.
Interesting. Thank you, Wally.
Yeah. See if I got it.
I got a big rock of calcite outside and a thing of quartz. I'm going to have to try this.
Yeah, this is cool.
The transducers, yeah, they really make some interesting effects. Like builds.
Well, I know how to test for the amplification frequency. So if we get it, we can hit the button at the same time and see if we can't get them to jump.
Yeah, I don't think they'll jump. They'll start vibrating around. Like they'll just seem like they're floating on the table. They don't want to stay in one spot. That was some of the sine waves I was getting out of my Renegade.
Nice. You only amplified on one side of that mic? On your Renegade? Go back down to the picture. It looks like your top half is amplified while your bottom isn't.
Yeah, it's amplified. It's let's see, hitting 768 volts.
Yeah, we'll go up a little bit. Let me see the wave.
It's
Yeah, you're amplified on the top half, not the bottom.
Yeah.
So your piezo's is just slightly off. You can get a higher output.
Yeah. Yeah, it's one of many tests I did. There's a little closer look at. That's the proximity sensor that I use for my pulse motors. Made all sizes, shapes. That's my Oregon generator, Oregon accumulator box. Interesting electrostatic effects with that too.
Love the plasma ball, by the way.
Yeah, that's a nice one. I was doing that close to my Renegade device, smaller version of it. Then I put a ring magnet in the center of the wheel and spun it.
What kind of battery is that? It's got a green case. It's nice.
Oh, this one, the lithium iron phosphate battery. Yeah, those are good batteries.
Oh, I like the case and design. Yeah, that's nice. I need to get something like that.
Yeah, I was charging up supercap banks.
So what capacity are those capacitors? Like what value are they?
Okay, the big one here is 16 volts at 500 farad.
500 farad. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah, they're fat boys. They're the fatties.
Well, they're big boys now.
To some of my engineering on the Fusion 360. Oh, I got the link here for John Serjanka, the Energy from the Vacuum series. I recommend everybody.
Oh, nice. Yeah, I'll check it out. Oregonite cell. That's funny.
Put it in the chat. That's a good one to watch. John Serjanka.
Yeah, I was just rewatching some of the testimony that Dr. Greer has available on Serious Disclosure. Some good stuff on there.
Yeah.
And this is the original Energy from the Vacuum series, or is this like a different?
No, that's the original one.
In full, or is it like broken up, or?
No, that's the full.
Oh,
yeah,
wow.
That's the full. I got the one on Floyd Sweet. I'm going to post that one as well. So I've been doing a little bit of research on Gabriel Crone. So Sparky Sweet worked with Gabriel Crone.
Yeah, you mentioned that last time. That was very interesting factoid and kind of telling.
Right. So
I
what I believe that Sparky Sweet created in that box, his box was actually an electret, and even Bedini mentions that in the video. That's what his conclusions were. It was a form of some kind of electret.
For people who don't know, could we just briefly go over what is an electret?
It's an electrostatic condenser, I guess you could call it.
And that group of people includes myself. So it's an electrostatic condenser?
Yeah, it's like electrostatic capacitor that doesn't have any metal plates, where a capacitor has electrostatic field within it.
That's right. You said it has something to do with static electricity, I think?
It's a static, yeah.
It's a static field?
Right. Now, an
Oh.
electret, what you do is you melt it down. You use polyethylene plastic, and what you melt it into a liquid, and you pour it into a mold. And as it's drying, you hit it with 20, 30, 50,000 volts, whatever you want, and do that until it thoroughly dries. And after it dries, with all that electrostatic energy being pumped into it, it holds that charge now. So it sucks it up and holds it. And that's how you make an electret. The plasma channel guy did a really good build on the electret. Here's another video on Sparky Sweet. Put that into the chat as well. That's the full video. Yeah, I got some good links there, but the Floyd Sweet one's interesting. Because in the end, John Bedini was saying, who was Sparky Sweet? Was it really him? He was kind of doubting who he was. There's another good one here, the Cold Heat Engine. That's another great link. It's the Cold Heat Engine that they made back in the mid-1940s or 50s, I should say, in Toronto. That was
what was the name of the generator when they did the Cormier or Cormier?
Oh, but the Floyd Sweet device or this one?
I can't remember the one. It's a German device that he was reverse engineering.
Who, Floyd Sweet?
It starts with a K. That's all I know. Something like that.
Oh, you're talking about the Don Smith device.
No, let me look it up. Let me see what it is.
So I got some good videos here. That's about it for me. Yeah, the Cold Heat Engine was a really good story about that one. That was another great invention that basically got shoved into the hole. That one, that Cold Heat Engine was discovered totally by accident. Ian Toss was one of the engineers. These guys were all German, all British guys. They worked in conjunction with Avro, DesignX. DesignX was kind of a front company for the technology they were doing for Avro. And Avro was working on the Avro car, which Townsend Brown had a big part in for the propulsion system. And everything got loaded onto an airplane and all shipped off back to the U.S.
It was never seen or heard from ever again.
Well, they got the Avro car in one museum. I'm not sure. I think it's the one in Texas might have it.
Oh, really?
Yeah, the Avro car, yeah. But that facility is actually not too far from where I live. It's just outside of Pearson International Airport.
I have to go check on my 3D print. I had to start it over. I'm printing the new cases for your guys' Lightning Thieves with the new plastic, and it stopped for some reason. It got clogged or something, so I'm going to go check on it. I'll be right back.
Yep. Yeah, there's a lot of good stuff there. Yeah, the cold heat engine, that always intrigued me as well. And the thing was, when that thing started up, sometimes it would take a whole day for it to actually start up on its own. As soon as it got started, that was it. You didn't have to shut it off. It stayed on forever. It would never, it's totally self-powered. William Doyle, I think still alive. He lives in Toronto. His dad was the financier company for DesignX. You might hear him in like the UFO stuff and the free energy, William Doyle.
What happened now? The free energy and UFO stuff did what now?
Well, William Doyle, his name might pop up, you know, every now and then when you hear about this stuff. Because William Doyle's father was a big financer for these companies that were working on this tech. So, and he has the plans to that cold heat engine.
Nice.
Is where it is. And he doesn't live that far from where I am, but the thing is, to track him down might be pretty hard.
What's so special about the Stanley Meyer hydrogen carburetor?
Oh, the Stanley Myers.
Yeah.
That wasn't even Stanley Myers' water engine. You know, he made the water car, right? That wasn't his big invention. His big invention was the power coil.
Yeah, the toroid. Yeah. But he basically did the electrolysis by combining some of the elements of some of the other devices we've known to work, you know, like with ultraviolet radiation, ionizing the air to precondition it for bubble cavitation, and then resonating the tubes. So it's, you know, we have all the elements there that we've been playing with.
Yeah. See, the problem was with his engine had to be modified greatly to work, where what's his name? Dr. Brown. He was an ex-military guy. He worked in black projects, and when he got out, he designed this retrofit that went on to the air intake. So he was the guy who built the original thunderstorm generator.
Yeah, was that the guy in the Greer documentary who was talking about thunderstorm in a bottle? Yeah.
Yeah.
And then we also have the Pogue carburetor, which I don't know if that's similar or whatnot, but that basically vaporizes the fuel, right, into very, very micro particles.
Right.
But I don't think that might not be the same thing that we're talking about here.
I forgot. Yeah, that's similar to what Walt Jenkins was working on. And by the way, I just found out Walt Jenkins passed away.
Oh,
he was
wow.
making another one. Yeah, he passed away not long ago. This year, I believe he passed away.
These guys are, we're losing them. So we have to carry on the legacy.
Yeah, these guys are dying off now.
They know too much, or what?
Well, Walt Jenkins, he was threatened quite a bit, and he was under quite a bit of suppression. He made a device actually better than the Stanley Meyer device. I actually have a copy of his patent. He was able to actually get.
We're going to have to up our game and start going to conventions and show it off.
Yeah, see, the problem is most of the conventions are in the U.S., right? We have very few here. I know the Pogue engine you were talking about, Ben, that was a Canadian guy who invented that. Yeah, the Pogue engine carburetor.
Oh, wow, that's cool. Well, I always said, go Canada. If things screw up here, I'm going there, baby.
Hey, you might not have to. You might not even need a passport because we're going to be that 51st state.
Yeah.
Touche.
At It looks like Trump's inviting us in.
Huh.
Hey,
Nice.
I welcome Canada. Yeah, I welcome my Canadian brothers and
Our
sisters.
taxes are going to finally drop for sure.
Yeah, 61%.
He's going to buy Canada for $5 actually.
$5 US.
Phil, you're hilarious. He's always saying some funny shit that makes me crack up. Like earlier, you're like, well, "What if the aliens are mental?" I was laughing so hard. I'm like, what if they are mental? Nobody thinks of these things.
Well, we know our governments are mental.
Yeah. Oh man, Phil, you're hilarious, man. I love you.
I'm waiting to see Trudeau in a dress, man. For all he's talking, ooh la la.
Did you see the dress? He's dressed like Pee Wee Herman. Funny one.
Yeah, he is Pee Wee
Herman.
Man. The downfall of Canada. Oh my God.
There was some pride 20 years ago, but not anymore.
Oh God, he destroyed it.
But there's the thing. Well, why do you want to? You know, there's some pride to fight for your country to a certain point. You know, to a certain point that idiots like Trudeau are leading the country. So you just want to get away. You don't want to fight for that country anymore.
Yeah.
Soldiers don't fight for a particular government. They fight for the people. So, like, it doesn't matter who's in the, politics. When soldiers fight, they fight for, their families, the people. It's not like who's in office,
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean, it just...
No, you're right. That's what I was told at some point.
That's a very good point, Lulu. That's a very good point.
That's what I was told. I asked some military, why do you want to fight for Joe Biden or something like that? And he said, you don't fight for the president, you fight for the people or the country itself.
Yeah, we got Trudeau Castro.
Yeah,
Trudeau Castro.
Does that mean we're going to have to learn some French?
Well, it's either that or Spanish. So French is easier.
We'll take over Mexico too.
Yeah. Well, if you go
might
in
as well.
San Diego,
Let's just pick them all up on the way.
Yeah.
If you go in San Diego, everybody knows Spanish over there.
Yeah. Mexico will be the 52nd state.
Yeah. The cartels are gonna get in finally.
Oh man, can you imagine the culture clash going on there? If you've been to Mexico and then you go to Canada, it's like two polar opposites.
Yeah, the Truman Show.
Yeah. Oh man, that'd be great. Like, you guys would like outnumber us. So the next president would have to be either Canadian or Mexican because the U.S. can't agree on anything.
You would like want to beat somebody up and you forgot who.
Yeah. Oh man, it's so bad. They'd have a rule.
Maybe the salary of hockey players is gonna rise up finally, Mike.
Yeah. No,
They're so underpaid right now.
We'll be making U.S. dollars.
Yeah. They're so underpaid right now.
Exchange rate. Our dollar right now is friggin' tanking.
The Canadian.
Well, you're gonna have to incorporate the peso, so get ready for a culture change.
You know, the thing is, we're the Canadian dollars is tanking.
Oh wow.
We're taxed to that, and the ticket prices are for the planes are so expensive because of the inflation.
Yeah.
So we cannot get out of here. We're stuck.
Oh God. Oh man, you're right. It's a nightmare.
We cannot get out.
Oh my God.
We gotta save Phil.
Yeah. Hop on the boat.
Run.
Well, the good side, Ben, is you may get some free bad health care.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know how bad it is, but as long as it's free, it's better than what I got now, which is none.
Well, I wouldn't say it's bad. You might have to wait a few hours, you know?
That's better than here. I've waited 3 months for my doctor's visit, and I had health care.
Yeah, no kidding.
That's the difference between privatized healthcare and government-run healthcare.
But in Ontario, the health system is pretty damn good. Every time when I was in London, I would wait the maximum 15 minutes. I would get treated and get out of the hospital after half an hour at most.
But depending on what it is, you must have been on a good day.
What France has is interesting for their healthcare. They have private healthcare that's publicly funded. So it's not that like they got rid of the private entities that are running the healthcare. They just publicly fund those private entities. So it's a different kind of system. There's all sorts of ways that you can run healthcare that people aren't aware of.
But I'm just surprised that the U.S., with the population that it hasn't been able to establish a secured health system.
It's unfortunate, but I know it's possible.
Are you saying Obamacare doesn't work?
No, I mean it didn't go far enough. Yeah, as much as I hate to say it, it didn't go far enough. It didn't do what it was supposed to do. So
it was only meant for people that could afford it. You know, the rich can afford it.
To be honest, Obamacare was Mitt Romney's original proposal. It was Romney Care that he just repackaged. And it was kind of like a response, like, we don't want healthcare universal on the table because our donors wouldn't accept that. So we're going to give you this Romney Care proposal and repackage it as a Democratic Obamacare. That's basically what happened.
Well, if John McCain didn't stand in the way, we wouldn't have it at all.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, to be honest, it's better than not having anything, but it's not a solution. Not
when you get the fine at the end of the year.
Yeah, it causes a lot of problems, to be honest. It does. And I hate to say it, but it's not the solution that I want.
I think, again, I think the cool thing about Ontario, well, Ottawa especially, they have virtual appointments you can take. So if you have like basic things like renewing your pills, your prescription, you can take virtual appointment, and so that clears out like 30% of the the people going to a clinic. So same thing with it's not a surgery. You don't need a surgery most of the time. You just go there to renew your pills. So I think there needs to be multiple types of health assistance and having virtual appointment system, things like that. So because
it would help alleviate some of the waiting concerns.
Exactly. That's my point.
Yeah.
So you don't need to pay like.
We have telemed here. I mean, there are they authorized, as a doctor could bill for the visit. The insurance will pay for an over the phone visit because that the effect when the pandemic happened.
Yeah, I had a couple of those. Those are awesome. I didn't have to wait nowhere.
Very convenient, right?
Yeah, it was nice.
So you could still do that kind of for refills for just things that are no changes, just just whatever you need to be maintained on regularly.
Right.
Yeah, if there's not it's not the new issue, then those are wonderful. Yeah, I mean, those are here in Texas.
That's cool.
I know my doctor's office doesn't offer anything like that. In fact, I delivered a delivery to my doctor's office just today, and they didn't even tip me. So they're no longer my doctor.
They don't tip at doctor's office.
No, to be honest, I was thinking about getting rid of that doctor for a while and going with more of like a holistic doctor. He was very not open to some of the things that we are accepting of. Let's just put it that way.
Hey, you're going to have to learn the DEI national anthem there in Canada. They sing it before the football game. I think that's when everybody gets their nachos, but they still do it. The beer cart is always full at that time. Oh man, that's
Is
so
wait,
good.
is football like American football? Is it football like soccer over there?
No, they have the CFL, Canadian Football League.
Yeah, CFL.
Yeah.
It's like instead of four plays, it's 3 plays, and the 3 plays per per round, and the field is bigger. I think, is that it?
I think so too. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Well, you guys don't play soccer up there in the north, do you?
Yeah. Yeah.
No.
You guys
Well, we
do?
play, but nobody cares.
Yeah, freeze your balls up there.
Yeah, really. No pun intended.
Phil's got me cracking up tonight, man.
Balls.
Oh yeah.
It's like, why don't you guys come to Montreal right now, because the dollar, the Canadian dollar, is so low that you can buy everything cheaper. But you'll change your mind once you get here at -20. Don't worry about that.
Yeah.
You'll buy your stuff and get out of here very quickly, as fast as you came in.
Yeah, no thank you.
Okay, Phil, I'm working on a way to build the coils into my winter coat. So.
On your chest, you're gonna look like Superman with the power, like a power heart on your chest.
I'll tell you this much: it'll either work or I'll spontaneously combust.
You're gonna burn your boys is what you're gonna do.
Burn your boys.
There's only one way to know.
That'll be the hot dog stand over there.
Oh god.
I'll bring my marshmallow.
Everything will be smelling like burnt wieners.
I burnt my
bring
whole.
my marshmallow.
I burnt my
Yeah,
bones.
marshmallows on the coil. That's a good idea.
Yeah. No, I had an idea of having a cooking grill attachment for the coil. Once I get the heating induction working, it's gonna be awesome. Yeah.
You're gonna make a hot dog ring for it.
I don't know. Maybe.
Oh my god. He's gonna have a coil jockstrap. He's gonna wear. They're gonna stop him at the airport.
Like the spandex that you see Superman wear with just a coil where the crotch is.
They keep telling them it's high on wind, but they're still not believing it.
That's not ozone, baby.
Hey, don't hit your wiener on the table. It might break.
Oh, wow.
Every once in a
Yeah.
while, I still see the Oscar Mayer Wiener vehicle roll around.
Wiener. I haven't seen that in years.
Oh my god. I am so gonna put some wires in some wieners and light them up.
Wires.
I have to now.
Dude, I could just see the hot dog just exploding, the whole top popping off.
Put your hood over your head. I am Cornholio.
That would be awesome.
Are you
wow.
kidding me?
Oh, I don't think there's enough moisture in nuts to do it. Kind of dry.
Hey, Ben, I want to show you my nuts.
Oh, God.
He likes the salty ones.
I like the salty nuts.
Oh, you don't have to shake them. No, you don't have to touch your nuts. I think a visual was just enough. Oh, he's putting them in his mouth.
And they're crunchy, too.
Oh, wow.
Hey, I literally had a bag of nuts I was munching on earlier.
See?
I got to start eating healthier, man. I eat a lot of sugar.
Yeah.
Oh man,
nuts are
You eat
good.
some nuts, it's gonna cancel. It's gonna neutralize the sugar.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Maybe I won't be so damn hyper.
Oh my god.
These are good nuts.
You guys are nuts.
Yeah.
Yeah. Go figure.
Don't tell the squirrels that live in my backyard about those nuts, man. They parkour. They're buff as hell. They parkour all day. They just they'll break it.
The revenge of the killer squirrel.
Yeah. They don't screw around, man. If you don't have nuts, they get pissed.
Yeah. Yeah, we got a few of them around here that beg us for nuts all the time.
Oh yeah, I feed them. They're cute. I mean, I haven't actually seen them that much lately because they've been starting to hibernate. But
not the ones here, man. They come begging for nuts every day. I go out there, they're looking for it.
Oh yeah, either they hibernate or they migrate. I forget. But yours are you guys have winter squirrels that stay around all year round?
Yeah, ours stay around all year round. They have their burrow, right? So they sleep underground, but they come out pretty much almost every day. If the weather's really, really cold, you might not see them too much, but
I saw a bunny actually the other day in the snow. A bunny in my mother's backyard.
Yeah, we have a lot of rabbits here. They're everywhere.
How about deer? How about deer?
No, not deer. We're too far south.
No deer. Any penguin? Wild penguin?
No. Too far south.
We got a migration of a wild penguin over here, guys.
Yeah, me and my brother, I talk.
I used to build igloos when I was a kid in the snow. That was fun.
I've never really built one.
They're surprisingly warm. Yeah. I mean, you get in them, you're kind of surprised. You're like, wow, this is almost nice.
As soon as it blocks the wind,
and
you
the
can
heat.
actually have a fire inside. You can have a fire inside. Put a hole at the top.
To vent the heat so it doesn't melt.
That's right. And then you could actually have a very warm shelter.
That's awesome.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've always been impressed of anybody who can survive in those harsh conditions, including you Canadians. So,
yeah,
my hat tips to you.
Now you know every time we go in the south, we sweat like icemen.
I like the heat. I prefer the heat over the cold.
His Highness has a friend who is... I'm sorry?
Go ahead.
I was going to say His Highness has a friend who was born in an igloo. That's interesting.
Yeah.
I can't say that.
So how are you nuts, Mike?
Oh, they're great. They're just fine. Salty, but good.
Well, I could tell you I'm nuts about the Renegade, and I can't wait for your Power Cell to come out as well.
Yep, that's what's going to power it.
Do you have any kind of estimate on when that's going to hit the market?
Oh, God. If we hit the right channels, I'm hoping within the next year.
That's awesome. That's so cool.
Are you looking for... I'm not going to ask these questions. Forget it.
Yeah, we'll have to talk about that offline.
Yeah. Well, if you decide to sell any merch, let me know, because I'll buy a t-shirt.
Yeah. T-shirt with a penguin on it.
like a gangster penguin, like a renegade penguin. A monster penguin.
Got a sack of nuts in his hand.
Oh, man.
You almost made me spit my coffee. That's twice now. Jeez.
We need to get you
Remember Inspector Gadget with the little copters coming out?
Oh, yeah?
A penguin with a little copter.
Yeah.
That would be so cool to have one of those. Dangerous, but cool.
I could see you using that
Oh, I
So we'll
love
do
that
a-
show. Yeah.
You go across the border. You know, if you go
I
across
like
the
that.
border and the
Star
customs
Trek,
stop
the
you.
search for salty nuts. I like that. That's a good one. That's a good one. I like that. Star Trek, the search for salty nuts.
Captain Spock and search for
Klingons,
salty nuts.
salty Klingons.
You watch, it'll show up on my channel soon enough.
And giant fat pigeons, Wally said. I don't know. Like, you guys ever see any like fat squirrels? Like squirrels that are like pretty heavy?
Oh yeah, yeah. They're
Sometimes.
pretty well fed. They're pretty well fed around here.
You guys never seen that squirrel channel on YouTube where they go on little adventures and they go in these little mazes he puts up?
No. Send me the link. I'll be down for watching that.
Oh, yeah.
Sounds awesome.
That's like his whole channel.
You should rename the League of Extraordinary Inventors for Friday Night Live.
That's a good one.
I feed a squirrel like in high school. Outside we had like bench squirrel. I kept on feeding it. Like it was so skinny, and then it became like really plumpy. Yeah, and then
That's all. Well, if it has to hibernate, you did a job for him.
No, it like it would seek me out from everybody else, and it'll just come and want to eat whatever I have.
It's just weird because the squirrels out here are like they're not like normal. They got big muscles and they're intimidating. Like they scare me. They squeeze me for nuts.
They can get angry sometimes.
Yeah. No,
There you go, Ben.
this squirrel was bent over, right? And he's looking at me with his back exposed, and the muscles on his back are just poking out like this some angry squirrel wrestler. Oh my God, it was. And then you see him take the nuts and then run up the tree and then go from tree to tree like he's some crazy maniac. Like, well, no wonder why he's so buff. He's doing that all day, and then sometimes he chases around this female who doesn't want anything to do with him. He's like, I'm gonna get you, and then he's chasing her around the tree like for an hour.
Oh my God. So I put the link in the private chat for you, Ben, for the squirrels in his channel.
Oh, thank you.
The little mazes, they're so interesting when they go through, and then they have this big thing at the end where they get a big safe full of nuts.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Oh, dude, you'll have a blast watching that.
Squirrels are so cool. I don't care. Squirrels are cool.
It's safer to eat your lunch by watching that than it is to watch any Star Trek episode I do.
Yeah, we might have to start watching your Star Trek episodes with wetsuits. We're gonna be spitting out our.
Oh yeah, have a contest who can hold it in the longest. Let me make a couple videos in a row, and you have to have like something in your mouth, like soda or something.
Yeah, have something in your mouth and try to watch the episode.
We'll give everybody milk. How about that? Oh, that'd be so great. Then I don't think you would last very long.
No, I would probably not. I might even make myself laugh.
We'll let Joe do all the commentary on it, so we'll all be screwed. Because you know it's not going to stop. Oh man, that's so funny.
Well, we're coming up to the end here. Anybody have anything else they want to share? Or?
Tomorrow, 10 a.m. California time, probably 1 o'clock East Coast. We're gonna do light body. Yeah. So we're gonna be talking about that with Joe in the morning. So
last time you didn't say East Coast, you said Canadian time. So It's like 10 a.m. Pacific AM.
Well, see, Canadian's a big place. So, like, if I talk about where Gerald is, it's 2 hour difference, right? So it'd be around noon. But then I think where Mike is, it'd be a 3 hour difference. So, yeah, it'd be 1 o'clock. So I'll throw that out there, I guess.
Yeah, we gotta have like a watch for every one of you guys in the different time zones, so we can like sit there and determine where.
Just put your name on the clock.
You know how like some of those newsrooms have like the different clocks for the different cities, so they can keep track. I'll have one Mike, one Phil.
Yeah. Well, you're in the same time zone I'm in, Ben.
Yeah,
oh yeah. I'd probably still put you up there.
East Coast outnumbers right now.
But yeah, we're in the Eastern Standard Time then.
Yeah.
And I think you're in the Pacific, Nathan, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, Pacific.
Yeah, me and Joe are going to do Light Body, and then Gerald's going to stop by and just kick it off, and then you guys are welcome to join us as well. It's going to be fun, man. It's an area that's not my expertise by any means, so I'm just kind of going to click through for everybody.
You're going to start a barbecue with your coils?
No. I'm going to do that too. You wait. I'll send out the videos.
That's going to be fun.
If that thing explodes, man, I'm going to be like Ben and just jump up and down and scream. See if I can get the high-pitched Ben scream.
If not, I can send you one. You can play it in your video.
I'll wait to play it for Ben so I can record it. There you go.
Oh, that's fun.
Oh.
Man, these nuts sounds good, huh?
Oh, these nuts are great. I'm just enjoying these things.
So unfair eating the salty nuts in front of us.
I eat one, I can't stop. All right, guys. I'd like to thank our live chat tonight. Chat was great. We'll do our next live show again next Friday night at 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific. And don't forget to tune in to Nathan's channel tomorrow, 1 o'clock Eastern, 10 o'clock Pacific. And we'll see everybody then.
Thanks,
Take care,
guys. Have
Thank
a good
you.
night.
See you next year.
Yeah.
Take care.
Happy New Year's.
All right, everybody. Where's the video capture device? Oh, there it is. All right, guys. We are going to end the stream. I really appreciate everybody for tuning in. We had an amazing turnout earlier for our lecture and science experiment. And I want to personally thank everybody that stopped by and tuned in for the pregame show. It means a lot to me that you tuned in for the entire stream. And with that, I'm going to end the live stream, and I'll be back. Probably, maybe not tomorrow. If I'm on tomorrow, it might be at night. And we might do a 3D print and chill where I play some video games and print some more casings for the Lightning Thief. Regardless, I don't think I'm going to have another lecture or pre-planned science related stream until either Sunday or Monday. So, with that said, stay tuned for more revolutionary content, and I'll catch you later. Peace.